Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, may I ask for your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Bojan Ivanc, and I'm the Chief Economist at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Slovenia. And my role is to moderate this panel with a very interesting and up-to-date title called European Economic Competitiveness in a New Global Reality. Firstly, I would like to invite dear panelists to come to the podium. Then I will discuss the three main points that we'll touch upon on this panel. This will be followed then by beginning remarks from Ms. Okonjo-Iweala, and then, of course, we'll have a discussion. So, firstly, I would like to invite Ms. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to the podium, Director General of the World Trade Organization. Welcome. Next to her, to the right, please, I would like to welcome Mr. Mojmir Mrak, full-time professor, Jean Monnet chairholder at the Academic Unit for Money and Finance, School of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. Welcome, Mr. Mrak. And next to him, to the right, also I would like to invite Mr. Mateusz Frangež, State Secretary at the Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sport of Slovenia. Welcome. Then, to my left, I would like to invite Mr. Jozef Sikela. Jozef Sikela is European Commissioner for International Partnerships. Welcome, Mr. Sikela. And finally, Mr. Hirofumi Takinami, State Minister at the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of Japan. Welcome. So, before I give you the word to have some reflection remarks, I would just like to briefly touch upon the main three themes that we will discuss today. So firstly, it has been 1 year after the publication of Draghi's Competitiveness report. By the way, it was published on 9th of September 2024. It has two parts, as you know. Part A, 73 pages about strategy, and Part B, which has around 330 pages, which is about in-depth analysis and recommendation. So we have a big document, 1 year after the document, so we will discuss whether we have implemented something in Europe or not, what can be done in the short term and what cannot be done. Secondly, we will touch upon, of course, the international trade. As you know, the EU is a player which wants to uphold the rules of WTO. So we will discuss what can we proactively provide to WTO as an important member. And thirdly, this panel will also offer a kind of a reflection on Draghi's report. We will see whether there's need for synergies between different policies, and also we will discuss on the role of individual member states, because as you know, we cannot do everything on the side of the European institutions. The hard job has to be done at the member state level. So I would like to invite now Ms. Okonjo-Iweala, Director General, to the podium to provide keynote address. Please.
Let me see. Well, thank you very much, moderator. And I have to warn you, I was told I could speak for up to 15 minutes, so my speech is 15 minutes. Well, I'll try. But I wanted to alert you before. Okay. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to join you here today in this incredibly beautiful part of the world. And I also need to say thank you to Minister Han, Minister of Economy, and the whole team responsible for trade here for an excellent meeting yesterday. Slovenia is doing well on the economics. Could do better, of course, who couldn't? But I think that in these troubled times, reasonably good performance is to be commended. The global trading system is experiencing disruptions unparalleled since the Second World War. By this, I do not mean that global trade has turned back the clock to the calamitous 1930s. But for all the shocks we have experienced in recent years, global trade and investment ties have been resilient, underpinned by the rules-based trading system built up over the past 8 decades. I want to start with that because of the amount of pessimism in the air about generally a very turbulent world and a turbulent trading system. So my talk is about geostrategic movements in the multilateral trading system, and I want to talk about this resilience. Last year, in a roughly $110 trillion world economy, global trade was $33 trillion and has been growing. Some segments of commerce, like trade in digitally delivered services, have been growing quite fast. Global trade in goods and services continues to deliver real benefits to people and businesses around the world every day. More purchasing power and consumer choice, bigger markets, and better jobs. That's why most countries, most of our 166 members of the WTO, do not want to turn away from trade. It's one reason why we have not seen the escalating tit-for-tat tariffs increases that defined the meltdown that followed the Smoot-Hawley tariffs in 1930, for those of you who are good with economic history, where we had a major meltdown when the global world did a tit-for-tat trade retaliation. And it's also why I will argue today that the current disruptions contain an opportunity for countries to put global trade on a firmer footing for the years and decades ahead. But first, yes, we have to face up to the ongoing crisis. As we know, the US has imposed double-digit tariffs on dozens of countries alongside various sector-specific duties or exemptions. It has also reached bilateral framework deals with a number of trading partners, including the EU. At the WTO, we have been tracking these developments closely and simulating the likely impacts as they've evolved. Based on tariff conditions in place at the beginning of 2025, we had been projecting a 2.7% growth, almost 3% in global goods trade volumes this year. By mid-April, after the announcement of various tariffs, we had reversed expectations sharply downwards, and we were projecting a 0.2% contraction. Trade then received a modest boost. Many of those U.S. measures were postponed until the end of July. U.S.-China tariffs were sharply reduced among a welcome de-escalation, and U.S. businesses heavily front-loaded imports to get ahead of anticipated tariff hikes. So these provided a more propitious environment. As of mid-August, we are projecting a 0.9% increase in global goods trade volumes in 2025, followed by 1.8% growth next year. At the regional level for Europe, we are expecting for Europe, not just for the EU, that goods trade is set to contract by 0.25%. Globally, services trade continues to outpace goods trade. Our last projection was for 4.3% in 2025. Services trade, which is more robust, is an area that is not as talked about, and yet most economies are heavily services in terms of their trade. Barring new policy surprises or the materialization of other downside risks, the trade projections could be nudged up a bit higher by whatever else appears in the EU-US framework agreement, as some of this is still fluid, uncertain, and being still worked out. Since the start of the year, we've been urging WTO members to engage in dialogue with Washington on its and their own concerns and to avoid the tit-for-tat scenario, which we felt would be bad for world trade. We know the new framework has had mixed reviews in Europe, but we see it as an important stepping stone for further engagement on bilateral liberalization between the two trading powers, with the potential for multilateral harmonization with global trade rules down the line. In that respect, as with other such deals, we are urging parties to transparently lay out and implement these frameworks in ways that could be eventually compatible with the principles of the multilateral trading system. The EU has an opportunity to set an example and bolster multilateralism by concluding a full-fledged agreement with the US over the next 10 years, covering substantially all of its trade and liberalizing this trade in line with WTO rules. We'll see what will happen. I want to now turn to something else I've repeatedly said to members in Geneva and to ministers and leaders elsewhere, and that is we need to ask ourselves, why is the disruption happening? Why did we get to the position we're in today? I know it's not a popular question, and some of you may not like what I have to say, but we have to ask ourselves. Why is also there popular dissatisfaction with dissatisfaction with world trade? To be fair, much of what is blamed on trade these days is not just a trade issue, but it also springs from technological changes that have eliminated jobs. Inadequate domestic social policies in many countries to help displaced workers, what we call the lack of active labor market policies. Macroeconomic imbalances related to excessive saving levels or fiscal deficits in some countries, namely the US and China. And these macroeconomic imbalances underlie a lot of the trade issues, but are often not talked about. So it's not all about trade. But it is undeniable that several of the criticisms the US has long leveled at the WTO has a point. They have a point. Members have not collectively responded to concerns about unfair trading practices, a lack of a level playing field in some areas of trade, a lack of transparency with inadequate and delayed notifications, and inadequate flexibility in the system of trade rules. Our agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures dates back to the early 1990s, before China became a member. And the lack of a long overdue update has opened the door to accusations that the WTO permits a distorted playing field for competition. The US is far from alone in having concerns about how WTO rules are operating. The EU has concerns. Other members, including developing countries, have raised legitimate criticisms of their own, raising issues such as farm subsidy reform, support for development, and even the new penchant for industrial policies in advanced economies. The WTO's consensus-based system of decision-making, while great at giving members of all sizes an equal voice, often results in gridlock. Even our star dispute settlement system has its failings and unfortunately had its second tier crippled by the US's block on the nomination of judges. The widely shared desire for change creates a window of opportunity for members to reform and modernize the WTO so that it remains fit for purpose and can keep serving as the bedrock for global trade in the years to come. Most WTO members say that this is exactly what they want to do. They see the ongoing tumult and uncertainty in global trade as a reminder of the valuable stability and predictability that the system has provided, the WTO system has provided to the global economy. They continue to broadly adhere to multilateral trade rules and norms and want to reinforce and improve them, not abandon them. This makes sense because the post-1945 global trading order has delivered major benefits for rich as well as poor countries, even if not everyone shared adequately in the gains. The value of global trade has quintupled since 1995 as the WTO built on the record of its predecessor, the GATT, and enhanced certainty and openness with respect to tariff and non-tariff policies. I skip the details on just the benefits. Benefits to the US, to the EU. I'll just mention that our research finds that trade cost reductions between 1995 and 2020 boosted Western Europe's real GDP by 3.6%. The impact of trade in developing countries has been particularly dramatic, especially in recent decades, as more of them pursued outward-oriented economic policies. Using external demand and inputs to turbocharge job growth and job creation helped lift over 1.5 billion people out of extreme poverty. At the same time, the resulting shifts in the balance of global economic power have spawned anxiety and resentment within rich countries and are a factor in the current backlash. Despite the unilateral measures we've seen this year, WTO rules continue to underpin the lion's share of global trade. While the roughly 13% of global trade accounted for by the United States is now mostly outside the MFN most favored nation framework, our current rough estimate is that around 72% of global goods trade continues to operate on MFN WTO tariff terms. I just want to emphasize that. Almost 3/4 of global goods trade is still operating on WTO terms. In addition, the WTO goes far beyond tariffs. Our agreements on intellectual property, standards, technical regulations, and customs valuation foster innovation and trust in traded products, whilst protecting human health and safety and lowering transactions costs for businesses. With respect to disputes, while our second-tier appellate body is frozen, and so some cases do get sent into the resulting void, an underappreciated fact is that members continue to use the system, the first tier, to resolve disputes and address potential appeals through cooperative approaches. You will see that even during this time with the tariffs, several members have brought their concerns to the WTO. Canada, China, among them, Brazil, have still come to the WTO as a place where disputes can be resolved. And the EU is to be commended for coming up with other members with an innovative mechanism, the multi-party interim appeal arbitration arrangement, which helps to serve as a second tier to deal with appeals within the system. So far from being moribund, the WTO dispute settlement system is functioning. It needs to be reformed, but it's functioning. Now, in light of all these considerable benefits still arising from the system, some members may be tempted to try and prolong the status quo. I think this would be a serious mistake. First, because the world is changing so rapidly. Technologies like AI and quantum computing are moving in leaps and bounds and will change the nature of trade, as our forthcoming World Trade Report will show later this month. This means we must have a WTO that moves flexibly, adaptably, innovatively, and faster. It must allow more instruments like plurilaterals, where willing coalitions of members can get together to make new rules to respond to the changing trade landscape. Second, and more seriously, allowing the problems in the present trade system to continue would be a mistake. The problems I mentioned earlier, perceptions of unfair trading practices, concerns about level playing field issues, subsidy-related market distortions, and so on, must be solved. They must be part of the reform. Particularly in the present conjuncture, if we do not do that, that could pave the way to more unilateral action. So status quo cannot be the answer to where we are. The erosion of cooperation on trade would make it much harder to achieve other pressing objectives, from climate change mitigation and food security to supply chain decentralization, and bringing in communities and countries that have been on the margins of the global economy, what we call reglobalization at the WTO. So we need to adapt, reform, modernize the organization and the multilateral trading system. And delegations are working hard in Geneva to try and identify the necessary reforms, and we hope that at our 14th ministerial meeting in Yaoundé in March next year, ministers will roll up their sleeves and get to work, because a lot of the reforms will need political will beyond what ambassadors in Geneva can handle. And now, as I come to the end, a key question for the EU will be to consider its role, what its role should be in these reform efforts. The EU has been a very steady partner and a steady support at the WTO, and has said that it is interested in supporting WTO reform. But the EU needs to come forward and be a leader. It cannot be equivocal. We have a set of middle powers, Switzerland, UAE, Australia, the UK, who are coming together to put together a coalition to try and move forward. Singapore also with these reforms. And I think that that's the right way to go. The EU should be working with these countries to support the reform of the system, and we'll be looking forward to that. I listened to Antonio Costa, the president of the European Council, just now in his speech, and he actually said a lot of the things I've been saying about the EU-US agreement, where some are disappointed. I think that the EU, the EC, tried to do the best it could in a very difficult situation. Europe has certain weaknesses, if you will, or certain issues that it has to deal with in the security area. And the issue of these tariffs is not just about tariffs, and sometimes it's not about trade. It's about many other things, energy purchases, security issues, where the EU has certain things it has to do and confront. So given those circumstances that are non-trade related, but are linked to trade and are geostrategic, I think the team did the best it could. And what it needs to do now is focus on the rest of the world. How does it diversify and strengthen its trade? And I would have wanted President Costa to also mention its support and strengthening for the WTO. He implied it, but he didn't say it. The EU needs to say that and to be a strong leader, not just a partner, in building and rebuilding and repositioning the organization and the architecture. So let me end by saying that down the road, what we have now is a trading system with a stable core, but which is in an unstable equilibrium. That's the way I would describe the trading system at the moment, with a lot of uncertainty, a stable core in an unstable equilibrium. What members need to do is support the stable core and develop it. And down the road, one can imagine the future WTO as a platform for multilateralizing or plurilateralizing new rules and approaches tested out at bilateral and regional levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. WTO members have the agency to act. They can enhance predictability for the lion's share of world trade, and they can treat the current crisis as an opportunity to do what they need to do: reposition, reform, and make the organization continue to deliver for the world. And I'm quite excited about that prospect. Thank you.
Director General, thank you very much for your keynote address. It was a bit longer, and you also answered the majority of my question. Okay. So let me just suggest that we move to Mr. Josef Sikela. So, Mr. Sikela, I have a question for you. As our main external trading partner, the US of course, is increasing tariffs on EU products, how can we diversify our export base, and what are the instruments that we can use? Where do you think are the quick wins, and where do we have to spend a bit more time to improve access to new markets? What's your view on that?
Well, before I start to answer your questions, I want to react on the question Gozi raised in the closing remarks. What is the future European Union role? And I can make a bold statement, because I'm pretty sure that, and you mentioned it, the European Union has been and will remain the champion, the promoter and the supporter of WTO and rule-based trade order. And due to my being a former Minister of Trade of one of the most open European countries, and understanding the importance of the trade for the economic development, but based on the fair and predictable rules, I know how it is important. And of course, we are not happy about the fragmentation, but I think this is solvable. Yeah? And I can split the answer in two parts, and one is how we want to react globally. So what is the role of the Europe in the globalized economy? And then more like a project and strategic partnership focused part. And I think that links to third countries will play a driving EU competitiveness role and the major role in for the future growth. And thanks to our, I would say, active trade engagement agenda over the past decades, we have the largest network of trade agreements in the world. So we have agreements with 76 countries, and 46% of the EU's trade is under preferential terms. And in the context of the current headwinds that the global trading order is facing, we believe in the importance of doubling down on our effort to diversify our trade and investment ties. So our priority is to deepen links by expanding our global trade networks, both through free trade agreements and through other forms of trade engagements. So our free trade agreement network, already the biggest one, as I already mentioned in the world, has recently been strengthened through the conclusion of negotiations with Mercosur, Mexico, Indonesia, and we will work to get these agreements ratified while also continuing to advance other negotiations with India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Philippines, Malaysia, and Australia. We are also pursuing other forms of trade engagement, allowing us to reach agreements on targeted issues in a shorter framework. We have concluded negotiations on digital trade agreements with Singapore and South Korea, as well as an agreement on data flows with Japan. And we are launching work towards a digital trade agreement with Canada, which would complement CETA. And we also want to strengthen investment opportunities in African partner countries through sustainable investment facilitation agreements beyond the deal concluded with Angola. So we are working on the scope of these future deals, concluding talks with Ghana and Ivory Coast, and we aim to further enhance our network of mutual recognition agreements to reduce trade costs associated to divergences and regulatory requirements. But, of course, there is the second part, and I will not touch now the agreement with the US, and there was a lot of political effort, and I strongly believe that this is, under circumstances, a good deal, much better than basically loss escalation of the tariffs for both. We have the responsibility for hundreds of thousands of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic and for a big part of the world trade. But we want to have new partnerships, and this is where the global gateway with its investment agenda in the sustainability, in the development of the new value chains, in the job creation is coming from, and I think it can become a great base for not only more FDIs in the partner countries, but also for new trade arrangements in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Sikala. Maybe we should move a bit to Draghi's competitiveness report. Mr. Frangesh, do you think the findings of the report do they still hold currently? Which ones need to be addressed urgently? Probably defense comes to my mind, probably yours as well. And what can be addressed in the medium term also to improve our competitiveness? So do the current circumstances warrant a particular hurry, or we still have time to implement those recommendations?
Thank you. First of all, a year wasn't lost. Last September, Draghi published a report jointly with the President of the European Commission. Soon after, by the end of the last year, Draghi report was translated into the mission letters of commissioners. Soon after New Year, we got the competitiveness compass, and work on a variety of dossiers began. And I would say that the developments since January 15 have just increased the importance of Draghi report and his recommendations. However, if I also may reflect on the keynote of the Director General as well as all the Commissioner have said, I have to be radically sincere. Of course, it is better to pay 15% tariff than 30% tariff. And in that way, yes, it's a pragmatical way in order to protect jobs, protect European businesses, protect European access to the American market. However, the deal made is not something I would be proud of as European. I think it's unjust. It is absolutely not mutual. And if I may say, it legitimizes the bully in the room. So, yes, there is an alternative. And it's exactly what Director General recommended. Strengthening the core of the World Trade Organization, of all of those that, like Europe, advocate for years, even decades, for a need to reform the World Trade Organization and the Universal Trade Order. What we see now is a dismantling of whatever the World Trade Order was. It is not a building of a new World Trade Order. It is a creation of the new World Trade Disorder that lacks predictability for both businesses, consumers, and countries. So back to the Draghi report. I'm a big fan of Draghi report. And all three core recommendations, the closing the innovation gap, joint competitiveness and decarbonization plan, as well as increasing economic security and lowering strategic dependencies, all of them still hold and maybe even show a new sense of urgency in order to act on all these fields. If I would say what we see in Slovenia and several other industrial countries within Europe, the urgency to act fast is imminent. Let's see the energy-intensive industries, for example, that really struggle, and Slovenia is not in a very favorable position when comparing energy prices to the, let's say, north or some southern member states. So I'm really glad that within the government, the decision on the proposal of the Chamber of Commerce of Slovenia has already been adopted to implement the new, based on Draghi report, created clean industrial state aid framework with better mechanisms of the state to help energy-intensive industry that are affected by high energy prices. Closing the innovation gap with a variety of new mechanisms that are emerging, with capital markets union being a core necessity. Let me use the new wording. With every new commission, there comes also a new European vocabulary, and now we say savings and investment union. And I like this expression. Why? Because it is a necessity to boost investment in our startups, in our scale-ups, but it's also a necessity to create a better alternative for the savings of our citizens. In Slovenia alone, more than 30 billion of savings lay on the banks, where there are numerous better alternatives to invest, to support businesses, to support their growth and their internationalization. So what we are doing now, we are exporting our savings to finance American progress. So these are all the things we have to do, because what we see in recent months, if you don't grow economically, you evaporate geopolitically. In rearming, you mentioned, Mr. Evans, I'm not that sure. I still am a kid of generation of 78 that grew up in the 90s, and I really believe that the world without arms can exist. You know, when you produce a tank, you have to destroy it in order to build a new one. It's much different than the automotive sector, where every European family in 7 years replaces the car. So, of course, it's a necessity in order to build European strength, to rely on our own. But I wouldn't count on this to be a new European miracle. Because, you know, Europe evolved. Europe advanced when it was a promise. And I still believe that Europe has to do a lot more to deliver on its promise.
Maybe just...
You're welcome.
A quick follow-up thinking from my side. Why do we export savings? Where are the profits made? Profits are made, the majority of profits at the IT company level. And software IT companies are stationed in US. Probably that's the main reason, which explains the structure of our economy is different. We have more industrials, banks. They have ROE of 10 to 12%, no big growth. Whereas at the IT company, you have one cost, and the more you have the customer, the costs are almost the same, and this is where the profits are made. That explains, you know, probably why we export. So probably we would need to, let's say, stimulate those IT companies.
Can I reflect on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, we do. With Strategic Technologies for Europe platform, the digital technologies and advanced digital technologies, including quantum, IT, bioinformatics, these are the sectors we want to support in Europe. However, yes, it is also analysis from the Draghi report. Where is the difference between the productivity growth in the US in the last 2 decades and in Europe? They bet on new industries. And 20 years ago, a lot of the highest valued companies in US stock market didn't exist, or were still in the garage or a very early stage. One of the dependencies we have, we often think about the dependencies in terms of fossil fuels or solar photovoltaics that we are importing from China. We are digitally unsovereign and really dependent on the American technologies. We have 450 million people, 29 European businesses, a huge market, the biggest, when we look at the purchasing power, the biggest global market, with exceptional potential to build European technologies and European growth.
Yeah, but by the way, in terms of purchasing parity, I think China is the first with 20%, followed by US 14.7%, and EU has 40%. Measured by dollars, US first 26%, and then you have China and EU 27 with 70% each. That's very interesting. But by the way, for African countries, imagine, the GDP is almost not properly measured. So when accounting for the services part of the economy, which is not measured, the African countries are much larger than we currently think, you know.
No, absolutely. A lot of the African economies are in the informal sector,
yeah,
which doesn't enter into GDP. And we don't rebase our economies as often. When I was finance minister, we rebased the economy, went from about $200 billion to $500 billion then. This was in 2014, although it's been rebased and gone down again. So yeah, a lot to be done.
And as you know, for trade, the geography matters. And Africa is close to Europe. Nigeria is a rich country, if I'm correct, more than 200 million people, the largest African country. So definitely among 200 million, you at least have 1% of ultra-wealthy, which would purchase our products, you know. But definitely you have to have logistics. And I would say you also need to have expert military force, especially in the region. But if I'm correct, the EU armies mostly left the African continent, you know. Because in some cases, in some insurgencies, you definitely need the force. because those markets are more differently than
Africa will have, Africa has 1.4 billion people. It will have the largest population of young people by 2050. It will have the labor that the world needs, provided we can manage to skill them. I'm from WTO, but since you mentioned Africa, and I'm very African, I have to tell you that if I was a smart businessman or woman at this time, I would definitely be looking at networks, building, diversifying to the continent, trying to build supply chains. By the way, we have an African continental free trade area, which will knit the entire continent of 1.4 billion consumers into one market. It's happening now. And if Europe and European businesses don't take advantage of it, they are looking back instead of forward. And if the US said, you are over-dependent on their market, you're over-dependent on the US for markets and over-dependent on China for supplies, you have to diversify to other parts of the world. I rest my case.
You're right. So, Mr. Sikela, you have new ideas for new agreements.
Yeah, indeed. This is where the global gateway is coming from. And I can only agree. Africa is the fastest growing continent. We will see a growth of about 1 billion population in 2050. We have to expect 60 million newcomers on the labor market in the next 5 years. In the continent which is very rich, but which is representing just 2% of the industrial output of the world. So with the global gateway, we want to hit more targets with one shot. The first one, we are sticking to our climate change ambitions. So we want to support sustainability, sustainable growth, sustainable energy sources. Why mainly in Africa? The first thing is the conditions are excellent for solar, for green hydrogen production, even for the wind. Africa is a continent which is responsible for less than 5% of the CO2 emissions, but meanwhile tackling more than 90% of climate change consequences. And there are countries which are spending huge amounts of their GDP, up to 10%, just to solve the consequences of the climate change. The growth of the population, there is a huge potential, there are huge ambitions, but there is also a big threat, because we need jobs for this young generation. We need to create a sustainable future. So we can use the European standards and European technologies in order to invest in the sustainable future, but we need to create jobs, we need to create supply chains on the continents, and by creating supply chains, we have to allow them the access to the world markets. So we need the transport corridors, we need the ports, because it cannot be the case that the countries are producing coffee or cocoa beans, but are not able to produce any single bar of chocolate. And the cocoa is shipped to Shanghai, and when you want to buy, the chocolate in Africa, then it is produced somewhere else, and then this is about the sustainability, and this is about the combination, how to use the advanced know-how and the new technologies in order to cover the climate change needs, but to invest in the sustainable future for both, because by investing in other continents, we are also talking about the resilience and about the economic security of Europeans, about the new markets for the European businesses, about maybe the new frameworks for trade arrangements, but also about tackling the root causes of the migration. If you look back to Davos and if you basically see what the businesses see as the biggest threat for the future, climate changes, the weather events due to the climate changes and the migration issues are basically still on the top of these major threats for the economic future. And I have to say that this idea of partnership of equals, of arrangements based on the mutual benefits, which on one side will help to create the jobs and the supply chains, and on the other side might also be an important part to reduce the dominance of China when it comes to processing of close to 70% of the raw materials, which can be weaponized in the future. And we have, as a Europeans, our own experience being dependent on the Russian fossil fuels, and we paid a fortune for solving these problems a few years ago. So it's getting more and more attention, talking about green steel production in Namibia, talking about the projects in Central Asia, like Rogun, where with the participation of European technologies and companies, the sustainable future is created on the spot.
So let's move now to Asia to ask our colleague from Japan. Maybe a bit shorter remark, if I may ask, because we're quite short on time. What's Japan's view on the WTO and the international trade system? If I'm correct, publicly, Japan was, let's say, made quite a quick deal with the US. It was quite supportive on the pressure. This is what I could read from the public media. But do you still see let's say, the current US president moves more as an outlier, or also more as a rule, also for some other additional countries? How do you see this in Japan?
Thank you very much. Let me start with our official answer to that question as a Minister of Japan. We are able to preserve the multilateral trading system, WTO at its core, and we should do it. Considering this, we must not forget the fact that the current WTO framework has been built upon the history of global division and disruption. And, our Prime Minister already told you, the DG Kojo, about the WTO reform to be done. And having said that, I have to talk about the more importance of the geopolitical aspect right now. I've been have some relation with the Central and Eastern Europe. I'm the Chief Secretary of the Japan and the Slovenian Friendship League of Japanese Parliament, and I have also acting other friendship league like Poland.
Just a quick comment for the public. Did you know that GDP per capita of Japan is very similar to GDP per capita of Slovenia? And also the South Koreans' GDP per capita is also similar. So, just for your information, sorry for interruption.
So the Poland and Lithuania, and I had 10 years ago, I had a chance to visit Lithuania, and where one of the parliamentarians told me that we are in front of the liberty and the democracy in each side of the Eurasian continent. It didn't hit the link so much at the moment, 10 years ago, but after the Russian invasion to Ukraine, we know what that means. In Japan, in front of the liberty and the democracy, there's Taiwan in danger, just like Ukraine in danger. we've been actually accommodate Russia and China to WTO. And in Asia, I have to say that we create a monster. If they come into peacefully join our economy, it's okay. But their activity in the Senkaku Islands or some other place is very hegemonic, and that's a problem. And what we have to, of course, climate change, okay. Yes, and I agree to cope with that issue. But I think most important part is that fundamental value, that's liberty and democracy and human rights and rule of laws, and how the WTO and our the free countries accommodate those values into the trade or economy. Economics has been considered as a low politics, but now we face that economic cohesion and those national security rates to the economic issue right now. It's high politics right now, and I hope that EU take a leadership on this value issue. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. Comment. There you go.
Yes, so it's very clear that trade is not being seen in isolation. Trade is being used as an instrument to solve many non-trade issues. As I said before, the tariffs is not just about tariffs, it's about 6 or 7 other things. Now, under those circumstances, and given the fact that the WTO, people do not understand that it's made up of its members. So there's no WTO sitting that to be blamed. When I hear members talking about WTO did this, WTO allowed China, WTO did, who is WTO? It is you're criticizing yourselves. It is WTO members, yes, who 30 years ago got together, created this. They decided that it was time to admit China. China came in. They expected China would reform and become a pure market economy. It didn't quite do that. It did a lot of reforms. It didn't do all the reforms the way they thought it would. But China entered the global trading system. If you notice this, and you notice that some of the agreements and rules should be changed to accommodate the new entrants, and you didn't do it. And it's been 30 years, and now everybody is blaming some WTO. There's no WTO. It's you guys need to blame yourselves. And what I'm saying now is, let's stop with the blame game, okay? It is time for action. I'm an action person. There's a unique window now where China is listening and seeing that the system is not sustainable the way it is. We either seize that opportunity and push for reform, or we continue to blame WTO. We have a choice. And I think we should seize the opportunity now to begin the reforms. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Mr. Mlak, thank you very much for your patience. Would you like to provide a quick comment?
Well, that's usually the role of the academics to be maybe in the last 5 minutes, if there is time.
No, we have enough time.
Anyway, I would like, since you did not pose the question, maybe that was wise, because otherwise I would make the question, because I would like to reflect to the 2 topics which you put as the main topics of the whole thing. One is the WTO, and I would strongly agree what you said. The WTO and the whole thing what's going on, trade is a part of a much broader issue. We are talking about basically a change of the global economic governance in general, where we go from a type of an arrangement which was established after the Second World War with kind of the rules, with a very strong role of multilateral institutions. WTO is one on the trade side. We had a similar institution on the exchange rate issues, IMF, the World Bank, and so on. And so why I'm saying this? Because the world which was established at that time was a world which was kind of rule-based. Please, this is not a naive in a sense that was perfect, right? But there were certain rules which were, established, and they were respected for a certain time. During the globalization, the world was basically going on economic grounds. Companies were going to the other part of the world on economic ground. There was not much of the political interference. Always was there a politics. But I started my career in the 70s when we discussed the country risk. Country risk was an issue. 30 years there was no country risk issue. Now we are talking about not the country risk, we are talking about the geopolitical risks. 3 reasons I think are there. You also mentioned some of them in your speech. Of course, one is these technological changes. The other big issue is that there is certain change in the globalization process. That's clear. I'm not saying that the globalization is, decreasing, ending, but there is a change. We have the issue on the financial side, on the trade side. We have kind of, let's say, level off after decades of high growth. But on the, informatics, we have continuing this. So I'm not of the ones saying that the globalization is on decline, globalization and so on. But it's obviously different. And one thing, Chinese looked at the globalization very different than, let's say, the Western world. Very differently. Their strategy of globalization was very clearly seen through the investments. The green, this Silk Road, the ports, the building the railways, transportation inland, and so on. And the third thing is we are not having anymore the world of one major power, but it's a multipolar world. And there are frictions among them, and now we are part of this. So we are going into a new world, and what's going on in the trade area is one segment of this. What is true, that is the Trump, this has been it has been accelerated. But the process is going on for at least one decade. That's one thing what I think is good to have in mind.
Your base case for tariffs, your base case for U.S. tariffs, do you expect them to remain in place also if another president would take reign in that?
I think that the tariffs should not be really taken as an exclusively trade instrument. I
understand.
Reflection. What Trump is doing, he is raising revenues. Don't forget his background, what he is saying. I'm looking what was the policy, the public finance policy of the U.S. at the end of the 19th century, where tariffs were a significant revenue of public finances.
So it's closing the fiscal deficit, Mr. Mrak.
Yeah, well, closing. I would say it is maybe reducing it a little bit and opening the door for other policy promises which he has given in terms of the taxes. So, but the point is, it's not just a tariff instrument. As far as the European deal, I think I would go to what the Commissioner said. Not you, but the Commissioner for Trade. He said that that's the best deal we can get at this moment. I think it's pretty true. Guys, we are, in my view, in such a security unequal position that we were not able to go into negotiations similarly of the way what China was doing, or to some extent also Canada, but as you see, they have also stepped back. So it's not the trade issue, that's my point. Europe has a lot of issues, and there was discussion to do something on the services side. But you have to think 2 steps forward, what you will do if you will introduce sanctions, some things on the tariffs, on the services, because then probably some internet issues will come to play, and so on. So that's one thing on the WTO. For the EU, I think it should really do much more on trying to orchestrate, to help those ones who are still, what was said, 75%, I read 80% of the global trade goes on the WTO terms.
It's come down.
It goes down. So anyway, but it's still a significant part, and Europe should here really be the one trying to put them together. It's a funny thing that the small countries are now trying to organize these things. That was just now a few days back in the Financial Times, which is fine, but this will not do the thing. But reform of the WTO, that's clear. On Draghi report, I will not be that candid on the Draghi report. I think Draghi, on the report as such, yes. But what I would like to say, Draghi report and also Letta report, they provided a pretty good framework what to do, but there is not so many things which were new. The problem is not what to do in Europe, but how to do this. And then there were 2 key issues, and both are highly political. One is money, and the other one is decision-making. On the money side, after 1 year, I can tell you that we have gone in a bad way. The proposal of the European Commission on the EU budget does not address really financially significantly the Draghi report.
We have
Draghi
a lot
report
of
is
ideas,
everywhere.
but not enough money, if I'm
Can
correct.
I just finish this? And on the decision-making issue, I think the problem is that competitiveness issue cannot be dealt with the existing council structure in the EU. Why not? Because you have so many parallel councils which deal with the competition. So we have first to discuss which structure of the council is responsible to do this. I'm afraid that on a competition we will have similar problems what we have with the Lisbon strategy. There is one thing what we should do quickly, and it would be much more powerful than the negative effect of the tariffs, is to do something on the internal market, for example, capital markets, or savings, whatever it calls it. But open it a little bit more. The first thing we can even ask in Slovenia, are we ready to do this? So it's not a criticism of the Commission again.
Sure.
Just remember how the Commissioner was negotiating because there was no agreement among the Member States what is the negotiation position. So we have internal problems to play on the global role, but I'm deeply convinced if we will not address these things seriously during this Commission, Parliament, then we will not be sitting at the table in 5 years.
So you're saying we need political changes?
We need a political, political will for changes.
Yeah. But definitely then anonymous, all the member states.
I think on the foreign policy issue, if we want to be a partner, I know I'm from a small country, and that would be an issue in Slovenia. You cannot have an EU being a global partner based on the decision making that you have everything to need all the countries to adopt. Exactly. We don't have a position on Ukraine, we don't have a position on Middle East, Palestine, we have on anything. So if you don't have a position on anything, why should the others big players ask us for our position? So yes, I think we would need for the foreign policy, if we are serious about the EU as a global partner, qualified majority voting.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Great remarks. Mr. Takanami, you raised your hand?
Yeah. In relation with the Draghi report, the innovation is important to overcome the over-dependency to China or some other place. For example, the solar panel require the lithium, and China produces a lot, and Japan do not have. So what's going on in Japan is right now is we use the iodine. That is Japan produce second largest in the world. So we create the new technology. Okay. Actually, that's very flexible, and it can become very soft and like cover the columns or something like that. So those innovation can overcome the over dependency or something like that. And in the sense of the Draghi report, it's not. Innovation is not just R&D. We have to think about beyond the laboratory and how to implement the society. So that's a complementing to the Draghi report from my
So we have to simulate new technologies to cut the reliance on specific partners. So this is what is already well written in the report. A quick remark, Mr. Fangash.
I totally agree with what Professor Mrak said. And let me just say it in the rearm Europe sense, right? I'm not particularly interested in building a strong German army, strong French army, strong Polish, Slovene, whatever army. But what I'm interested in, and I think it should be the role model, it's creating a European defense forces, not only because of, the European idea and European spirit, and centuries of war between those nations that now present European Union together, but also because it is economically logical. It is one thing to invest in each of the nations' defense capacities, or to invest them in a pan-European way, combining, consolidating, and building synergies between the strengths of each country. So and I totally agree with the economic governance, by the way, this is also a chapter and recommendation of the Draghi report, that yes, we have a strong fragmentation, not only because there are 27 markets, but we have a strong fragmentation because there are 27 countries deciding on the issue, and there are 2 years minimum to bring a legislative act through Europe. And there is also a fragmentation within the European Commission. The new European Commission is really fragmented, and I would say that the competition is the ownership of 7, 8 European commissioners. And this is not a good thing. What we should do in European Union, faced with a variety of new challenges, is actually to build on further integration, further consolidation, also through the decision-making process, that will inevitably bring also a concentration of certain European decisions in the central level. But it's absolutely logical, economical, and if we want for the European project to survive, to evolve, to develop, and not to be taken as a hostage by a new right-wing populists, well, this concentration and consolidation should be the way to go.
But I think the most difficult part would be, if we have, let's say, one army or only one producer of specific weaponry, which would, of course, increase the efficiency, reduce the costs, would be, of course, who will be the nation where that facility would stand, and, of course, who would be the general, probably.
Well, yeah, but look at Airbus. We have a great example from the past. Airbus was built as European enterprise, European corporation. It is still a global leader in the class of passenger aviation. It was built as a European corporation with production and headquarter facilities in various states.
But something is civil aviation, something is military thing, to be very honest. Are we there in terms of thinking that, do we trust each other in the long term?
Is there any other way?
We still have a couple of minutes. So Director General of WTO had to leave. This was not made as a protest move, but she has to catch a plane. Do we have any specific question from a fellow Bled Strategic Forum which would be here and would like to ask the participants, please? Please do not lose the seconds. Just raise your hand. You'll get the microphone. Fellow BSF? No? Then some other participant? Just raise your hand, please. Because, yeah, your hand. Sir, just microphone, please. Yeah. Please.
Thank you. Interesting insights. I was hoping for a little more on the future strategic direction in terms of economic competitiveness of Europe and how it's being positioned. But it's also, at the end, a geopolitical issue. And I didn't hear any real discussion about, there was a little mention, I must say, but how geopolitics are changing, how we're seeing the emergence of new actors in the global economy, what that implies for how trade patterns and production patterns will change. And nobody mentioned the SCO meeting that took place with 26 heads of state yesterday, uniting some of the biggest economic actors for the future who are looking at the world in a very different way today. What are the implications of that for Europe for the future in terms of its alignment?
Would someone like to take his comment, or Professor?
I heard a great PowerPoint presentation by Professor Mrak exactly on this issue, so I think he's the one to be called.
Well, I will comment it maybe from the European Union perspective. What does it mean, in my view, these geopolitical issues which are going on in the world? So, in my view, we will see on the short run, globally, I think what Trump is doing will have a significant long-term influences on the structure. But on a little bit longer run, I'm talking about, let's say, decade and so on, I think the world will basically be shaped within the relationship between three large poles. One is the West, which is not anymore kind of united, leading, of course, by the US. If we would have this discussion last year, then we will talk about the US, EU, and so on. Now I'm not sure that this is united anymore. You have then the East, where you have, in my view, on this eastern side, China is positioning itself as the de facto leader of this part. If we look, for example, what was going on with the BRICS, over the last years, BRICS have enlarged from, 5 to 11, but it's interesting to see which countries became part of the BRICS. There was a big differences, let's say, between China and India about the future of BRICS. China was very much pro-enlargement of BRICS, while India was not very much, was against this. What happened was we do have enlargement, and we do have enlargement with those countries which are, in a way, supportive to Chinese position. So, in my view, Russia, in these circumstances of the war with Ukraine, is in bilateral relations with China. Is still in a kind of an inferior position. So China, in my view, is positioning itself as the leader of this part. Of course, then we have the whole South, the global South, developing countries. Here you have some large ones, a lot of small ones. And we are seeing this, let's say, competition for the South, where particularly, let's say, Africa and so on, we see that China is de facto gaining. China is today a major trading partner with more than 80 countries, major creditors of many of the countries. China, at the beginning of the century, was not a net creditor. Today, it is the largest net creditor in Africa. You have, if you look the investments, 10 years ago, China was, in terms of FDIs, not really present in Latin America. Today, it is very strongly there. Of course, why? Particularly for the rare earths portfolio controlling this, what we have seen were a very powerful instrument of China responding to Trump reducing the exports. So that's one thing. In future, I would also see that this bipolarization of the world will, in my view, going on. China, US, two big poles. If you look at the currency issues, we see that yuan is today already close to the position of dollar in terms of the payment instrument, not in terms of the reserve currency. But China doesn't want, for the time being, to be a reserve currency because it also takes some responsibility. But it's a matter of time where it will be. We have the paying systems which are de facto already divided. SWIFT is not anymore a global one. We do have parallelization. So this bifurcation might be, and you can talk with the people in businesses, those ones who are present in all the markets, they feel this already. Sometimes they come into a situation that they have to choose. Because if I work with one, I will have problems working with the other one. And this is probably not a very good environment for doing business.
Mr. Mark, thank you very much. The last question, sir.
Yes, sir. Zelo kratek dva komentarja. Eden je za komisarja, Evropa, 470 milijonov ljudi, nima enega telefona. Imate Samsung, imate Huawei, pa še enega, pa Apple. Evropa ne investira dosti v IT, tako kot Kitajska. Moj bivši šef na Svetovni banki, Joe Stiglitz, je rekel, Kitajsko občudujem, 400 milijonov ljudi je spravljati z absolutne poverty, kar se pa Afrike tiče. Ngozi je bila moja še šolka na MIT-ju, na PhD programu, oba dva se tam učila, sva bila na top of the class. Lansko letni Nobelovec Daron Acemoglu je napisal knjigo, dobil Nobelovo nagrado, je rekel, za Afrika rabi inštitucije.
Why nations fail, ne?
So prišli Britanci, Belgijci, Francozi, kolonisti, so jih skorumpirali, so jih pobili, so jih zasužnili, so jim zemljo ukradli in tega se ne morejo rešiti. Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much also for your comment. So this is it. I would conclude our panel. The key takeaways would be, I'm sorry, I'm not possible to provide another opening question. Really? Jernej is saying no, no, no. So my comment would be that, yeah, we need to preserve the WTO in this sense or the other. And also, from my thoughts, Africa came out as possibly a solution because we have a huge market. Probably the numbers are not adding up to the real potential because they don't have the same statistics as we have. So this is for Europe a kind of a midterm solution which I would see. And definitely for the Draghi's recommendations, they're quite okay. I also saw there were a lot of institutions written behind the report, but definitely for the implementation part, as you're saying, Mr. Mrak, what needs to be done is that we have to reform basically how the EU functions to be able to really address those challenges that were mentioned in the document. Thank you very much, everyone, for being present on this panel. Thank you.
Test, test. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seat because we are going to start with the next panel right away. So we kindly invite you to also listen to this discussion that will be very interesting with great panelists and speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are here to start. Please. So, we are already running late because the previous guys that are expert in geopolitics and economics, they always need more time. So we'll have to start, and we are happy to see you here in the room. I hope we will make the good round table not to make you boring and help us all learn something. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers here. We have, you see, gender equality at the 50-50, what is not usual case. And so the first success is already here. We have 3 ladies, and so it's normal that we start with gentlemen. So the first gentleman here on our right side is coming from pharma industry. It's from Novartis, Mr. Schreffenfuchs, and we'll get perspective from the company's view on the main topic we will address today. Then the gentleman second to the right is director of the World Health Organization Europe, Hans Kluge. Then we have Minister of Health of Croatia, Irena Hrstić. Irena, welcome. And to my left is Valentina Prevolnik-Rupel. She is especially to Slovenians. She's Minister of Health, actually. And then the lady to the left is someone who really likes colors and has a fantastic name, Malina Müller. And she's a researcher in health economics. So thank you all for coming here. We'll discuss a very important topic, and all topics in this world are now important. I don't want to make too long introduction. Usually some anchors take opportunity to become main speakers. I'll not. So very briefly, what we want to discuss is how European healthcare systems and healthcare in general can become, or maybe is, our greatest competitive advantage. And because we live in the world where whatever was taken as an obvious truth yesterday or a year ago is now becoming inconvenient truth. Because many things that were scientifically accepted, they were institutionally supported, and basic of policies are now in a phase of denial. So many things we'll address today, and that probably our speakers will be arguing for, are the truths or arguments that would not be taken in every part of the world as a legitimate and the acceptable one. But what I think is important is not what kind of truth is accepted, but what kind of truth is the truth. So let me start with Dr. Hans Kluge, Director of the World Health Organization. Let's come to the core of the story. Everyone was and still is talking about Draghi's report on competitiveness. And the word competitiveness is becoming a buzzword that we use to explain everything what we understand and don't understand. But Dr. Kluge, if we look into the question of European competitiveness, and then on one side, and healthcare systems on the other side, how you see and understand this relation? Do you see healthcare and healthcare system as a strong element of European competitiveness, or it's just expense that we should rid of in favor of some other new priorities that been pushed on the agenda as something we have to care on? Please.
Thank you, and first and foremost, thank you to you, Minister Ruppel, for the invitation that we discussed a couple of months ago. I'm always very happy to come to your beautiful country and to Bled. Can't wait for my run tomorrow morning. But on the question, maybe before, it's two sides of the same coin. But before I go there, I would like to echo what the President told in an amazing speech this morning, that even if we factor health as competitiveness, we should never forget that what Jean-Jacques Rousseau told on the social contract, that the legitimacy of a state depends on how a state is taking care of its people, particularly the vulnerable. That yes, it's competitiveness, and we have the data, but it's also a human right. Health is not a commodity, right? So now going to the competitiveness, yes, I think it's a bit a pity that this in the Draghi report was not really put straightforward. While the evidence is there, we are an aging continent, right? By 2050, 1 out of 3 people will be 50 years or older, while retirement ages are pushed up. But what we see is an increasing gap between increasing life expectancy, which is good, but healthy life expectancy. So we live longer, but unfortunately not healthier. This leads to absenteeism, to loss of productivity. So it doesn't make any sense if you push up retirement age, but you don't make sure that your workforce is really productive. So this is one point. Another point is that definitely investing in the healthcare sector is a vital area for economic growth, and I think that the Draghi report did very well on investment in biotech, in pharmaceuticals, in digital health and artificial intelligence. But of course, looking from a public health perspective and having an overview of the 53 health systems, our health systems have to be what I call innovative ready. So there's a lot of work to do to absorb those innovations. And sometimes innovation for me means to implement what we know is working. And here I would like to give an example of the host country on primary healthcare, where Slovenia has done a lot. We calculated that in our pan-European region, every year, there are 7 billion primary healthcare visits. I mean, 7 billion. These are 7 billion encounters between the population and healthcare workers. 7 billion opportunities for prevention, to help people to drink less, to stop smoking, for safe pregnancy and safe childhood, to encourage elderly people to be a little bit longer active. Actually, 7 billion opportunities to detect mental health problems like depression and anxiety. And it's more than clinical encounters. Actually, it's a touch point between the population and the government, which is so crucial for trust building. Because if the people don't have the trust in the public service, they're not going to come. And again, this is the whole aspect of social participation, which is also a brand of this country. So I can elaborate a little bit later, but I think this is at the core of the new WHO European Health Policy, the European Programme of Work, which I'm going to present to the 53 Ministers of Health in October, primary healthcare as the cross-cutting programme. Because most of the diseases can be treated in primary healthcare, unload expensive complications to the hospital. But it has to be digitized, it has to be multidisciplinary, and very important, we have to have the healthcare workers. I just came from summer leave, although my wife told you worked every day, but I think many of you did. But if you need in France a doctor, you have medical deserts. You need to go 50, 60 kilometers and maybe wait 2 to 3 weeks. So we need to nurture our health workforce, really, in the primary healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kluge, but let me be a devil's advocate, Malina. Let's say for the people with the values being nurtured in the European zone, that looks like obvious. But I'm American, and I would say, look, guys, this is too expensive. Who needs that? We are more competitive, and you are working for the institute that is doing research to bring evidence showing that actually it's not just a kind of discourse that is acceptable because promoting equality or fairness or whatever sounds good, but you know, you are working on that with your team from the institute to bring hard evidence about what Dr. Kluge was just saying. So what would you say if I wouldn't be so kind to you but attacking?
Thank you. So the US is in general always a super example in the current times. I would argue that it is not only, okay, we talk about competitiveness, but it is not only about competing areas, because we often talk about, okay, digital innovation, green transformation, defense, and education. And then we debate about, okay, where to invest, how much should we invest. But the truth is, and this is what we are neglecting, that none of these priorities can succeed without a healthy population. You can spend a lot of money into innovative, let's say, technologies, and you can invest more in defense, but let's say without a healthy population, you will not have a productive workforce. You cannot scale up innovation, and so you can also not sustain defense or education. So even if you're not coming from the really moral side of health being a human right, you can put a price tag on it. And the thing is that health is always the starting point. So it's not another strategic area. It is the foundation, the condition that makes everything else possible. And when we are not discussing it in that way, then it will always be about, okay, the priorities that we have, and now, okay, defense is much more important, for example, in our time. But you really have to think, let's say, one step backwards. Who, let's say, can really contribute to those strategic areas? And with our studies, we do not only show that there is a really positive ROI of investments into health, but also that it can compete or even exceed spendings in other areas, like, for example, transportation or energy. So I would not say how can, let's say, health compete, but how can we justify investing in anything else if we are not, let's say, secure regarding the foundation, and that is health. And we must be a little bit more honest about what do we know in the area of health and where do we invest. We have heard now that we are, let's say, we see an increase in life expectancy, but we see a decrease in healthy working years of life, for example. And when we are not working on that, then we really weaken our competitiveness. And this is where we should understand. We're really seeing health as a strategic asset that is the foundation of everything, and not just another, let's say, line item or a cost factor. And I think in order to make this also to our US friends a little bit more tangible, we must also talk in different ways about spendings in these areas. So we must see it as another area in which we invest, like transportation or energy, multi-stakeholder investments, long-term mechanisms, and accountability of the outcomes. Something that we do not have in the area of health, and what would be in other areas where you put money in, unbelievable. And I think when we work on this, when we really get this shift of mindset, then we can also discuss at a different level with US friends. Let's say it like that.
Okay, so that's the text you would say to Minister of Finance, trying to convince him that he should allocate money to healthcare and not to defense.
I would say you have to think about it in combination.
Okay.
So it's not a this or that. It's okay, how can we really find, let's say, a good allocation between all of this? Because only when we know that health is, let's say, at a specific or certain level, not only now, but also in the future, then we can talk about where and what to invest in defense.
Okay. Thank you. Let's stay on the left side also. Some see this as the right side. What, Minister Prevolnik-Rupel, when you come to your office and then you have to make daily based decisions, and then you ask yourself whether what I'm doing is really contributing not only to patients, to population, but also to national economy. And then what is your understanding on the practical level, or what you did last year and a half already, that would come into the line like, these are very competitive things I did in the last year and a half. And I must say, when Minister Prevolnik-Rupel became minister, it was like a war zone in the healthcare in Slovenia. I think it was like 3 hours out of 6 news dedicated to problems in healthcare. And I don't know how, but she managed to completely tranquilize the situation. No one is acting or discussing the way they did the problems year and a half ago. So it must have been some secrets of hypnosis you are using. But what are the things you would put on the table saying, oh, this is all contributing to competitiveness of Slovenia?
Okay, thank you for this wonderful question. I only have 30 minutes, I see. But yeah, if you think like on a daily basis, very concretely, what you want to do everything that can bring more health to our patients. And then health is an outcome, how you measure it. Hans mentioned it, Malina mentioned it, it's healthy life years expectancy. If we look at Slovenia, we have above EU average healthy life year expectancy, which is increasing, not decreasing, and we have above average EU average life expectancy. If you look at our expenditures on health as a percentage of GDP or per capita, it's lower. So I think we, we are competitive. I think we have a good healthcare system. And then if we go back and ask ourselves why, what is this key factor that I would say that makes our health system so good? It's human resources. I think it's like 20 years ago, we were dealing with infrastructures, with buildings, with equipment where we had to invest. Nowadays, I think it's only human resources. That's the first. And we want to motivate the human resources to have good knowledge, to be top, to get what they need for their work, to work in an innovative way, be it drugs, be it technology, be good working conditions. And that's basically the direction that I want to go every day, to see how to motivate workers in healthcare to higher their expectation and satisfaction. And I think we actually managed in the last 2 years. We did many measures in this area, and it had results. If I look at the results, the number of healthcare workers increased. It's the number of dentists, it's the number of medical doctors, it's the number of nurses that increased in the last 2 years, which is not so easy because the fight at the European level for the human resources is tremendous. It is. We have neighboring countries that pay healthcare workers more than we because they have higher GDP. It's Austria. But they decide to stay here. And I'm very proud that along the wage rise, the wage reform, we managed to introduce very precise, very subtle instruments in different areas of healthcare, like in primary care, that motivated the human resources to stay here. Of course, there are other factors that contributed and made the human resources motivated, such as introduction of digitalization, use of AI, biggest investment cycles that we saw in the last 10 years that we have now going on in the infrastructure, in the equipment, but always we think about human resources. That's for me is the key point.
Okay, everyone would agree it's really global fight for talent and people and to motivate them. Maybe just a small comment on how things really work in terms of competitiveness on the long-term scale is when Slovenia became independent, if I remember well, life expectancy in Slovenia was equal to the United States. Now it's 6 years longer. If you are born in Slovenia, you're expected to live 6 years longer than an American, with 4 times less expenditures per capita. Would it be a better argument of how system can be competitive based on the values and arguments we heard from Malina, from Hans Kluge and others? Because if you move yourself a bit higher, you can see what works in reality. And part of this is obviously workforce. Dr. Hrstić, or Minister, or Irena, because she was my student. In terms of what we heard here now, what are you trying to achieve in Croatia in terms of using new tools and methods to improve quality and productivity of healthcare system?
Thank you for the question and thank you for the introduction. And at the beginning, I want to thank you all of the contribution to discussion because you have said almost everything that I wanted to say right now. But I will try to explain you from Croatian point of view. We were talking about prevention, about healthcare cost, and about the human resource in healthcare system, and how important people are and patients are, and health is important. So myself as a Minister of Health, I have easy job. So we just need healthy people and we just need the money to do that. It's a very interesting way that you have said that you don't have any problem in the numbers of healthcare workers, but you have said that it's completely different in the western parts of Europe. That's the introduction and to answer your questions. So I think that we really need to think lots of years in advance to be prepared for the future among interest in working in healthcare system. Because I think because of healthcare is rapidly changing and is rapidly changing due to innovations. So we need to have people who is a fast learner and we need to have not enormous amount of money, but we need to have a good decision how to invest enough money to get our goals. I can say from Croatian point of view, if we are talking something in between human resource in a healthcare system and on the other hand about medical devices, we need something to connect. And I think that digitalization, you mentioned digitalization and use of AI in a healthcare system, I think it's a good point that can connect human resource and medical devices. And those working together can bring better or a good number of healthy years to people's life and can get better results in prevention. Why am I saying that? Croatia has long years of knowledge of digitalization. I don't know if you know, but Croatia has electronic prescriptions since 2010. And from that year, we are building up that system, and now it's possible to get, even for the last few years, not just in Croatia, but all over the Europe, Croatian people can get medicine wherever they are. And now, any other citizen from Europe can get their medicine in Croatia. So this is the basic, simple of how worthy is digitalization in a healthcare system and how to get better results with digitalization or AI. But I'm really proud to talk a little bit about using AI in Croatia. We have, for the last few years, we have AI in the screening program for lung cancer. And I think this is probably the best example how AI can help health workers to get through the mass of people to diagnose the disease with help of AI in an early stage. And on top of that, you need a healthcare worker to control the results, and after that, get to the treatment and to have quicker diagnosis and to get better outcomes for the patients. So if we are talking about the combination, what we need to do, at least what I need to do in Croatia, and if we are talking with who we need to talk in government, I think the whole government has the interest to invest in healthcare. Not just Minister of Health, but I think the healthy people are important to any part of country and in any economic diverse part of economic of any country. But if we need to think about one thing that is more important, and it's some kind in a way that you were talking, that prevention, because we are older and older, and we are sicker and sicker, but it's a completely different way to think about the people that are older and sicker, and the younger. And they are, which is more important, the younger people are not healthy. So we need to have in mind that our point of view should be on both ways, for elder and for younger people to a prevention. I don't know if I explained, but I think this is the conclusion of a question.
Thank you. Some digital and AI projects were started so early that then now these are probably the only big databases in the country in the terms of how many data were stored and accessible in a structured way, but probably not used enough to make decisions. Mr. Scheffenfuchs, you know, when you read Draghi's report, it comes to conclusion that actually pharmaceutical industry, biotech industry, and chemical industry that creates a family are probably one of the resorts of our hope for the future, because we are still strong and competitive globally, and because of that also priorities. And if you look Slovenia, for example, you will see all this family historically working together, Nobel Prize in chemistry, strong pharma industry, good schools, and I see now also strong investments in the future. But it looks like we are losing a competitive edge in this race. And when I was preparing for this roundtable, the roundtables are great because you can learn something finally, reading for the... So when you look into the data and you see what's happening in China, for example, I was shocked how the share of clinical research and trials has increased as a share of total global research. So your company is really one of, the companies and sectors you would bet on for the future. How you see the future and the presence from this point of view?
Yeah. Thank you very much also for the question. First of all, I would like to say it's a pleasure to be back also in Bled and in Slovenia, because when the strategic forum started 20 years ago, I lived for 5 years also in Slovenia, and it's great to see how the country further continued to develop and grow, exactly also like Croatia. I think for me, what is interesting, if you think about competitiveness, I think Europe has many of our ingredients. And for the last 7 years, I lived in the Middle East. I'm European, coming back also to Europe. You can see brilliant scientists. We have a great infrastructure. We have many things, and also our experience to be leading edge also in the life science industry. But nevertheless, we are slipping also on competitiveness. And what is also nice to hear, and especially also this is also my experience for the countries I'm responsible, from Southeast Russia as well as also Central Europe, there's a big hunger that health is really seen as a value. You can see in many Western European countries, value became a cost. It's more how to keep also the healthcare system on the same level, to avoid, to lose. And I think this is exactly where a vision is needed for Europe. How can we create that health is a value for the society, but also an economic value? And for me, what is really also interesting to see between US, what you mentioned also about research and development. 20 years ago, the research and development difference between US and Europe was 2 billion. I think nowadays it's 22 billion. Nevertheless, the pharmaceutical industry is still investing 50 billion into the healthcare sector in Europe. We have 900,000 direct employed people. In general, it's 29 million where we create jobs in Europe. But we have a losing edge to the US, where it's a much more innovation-friendly environment. Another point, clinical trials, what you mentioned. What was also shocking for me is over the last years, from 2009 up to now, we had more or less a share of clinical trials of 44% in Europe. Now it's only 21%. So it's halved over the years. And clinical trials is an indicator of launching innovations. I think 20% of the medicines which get approved in the US will never enter the European market. And if we talk about health is a value for the society, what is the biggest value in increasing health and keeping also people healthy? It's the innovation. The new innovations which makes the difference. And I think that's why also a dialogue like in Bled is so important, because all the healthcare key stakeholders have to come together and find new solutions how to fund medicine, and at the same time to find the balance between being innovation friendly, at the same time how to create also space for fast access of medicine for populations, because then we are coming closer to what we would like to achieve in creating a healthy society.
If we would have more time, then I would ask you who should do what on the list of all the players you mentioned to change it. Because these are the numbers that should wake up, you serve as a wake-up call, but then if we want to act, obviously everyone has to do his job. And then obviously not everyone doing. That's why we are losing. In the terms of football, someone playing in the attack or in defense is not performing. But we'll come back. Thank you. So, Mr. Müller, Mrs. Müller, when you now hear all this evidence and you look also into your research, you get numbers and you have kind of informed view of the world. What makes you very happy, and then what makes you unhappy? Because you see, like, you know, people always wanted to fly, but then they finally can. And then you know how to fly, but we don't see us, we don't want to fly. What makes you happy, what makes you unhappy?
Yeah. Thank you. So first of all, it makes me happy that we have today this panel here, because as far as I understood, this is the first time after 20 years that health has kind of an own place. So yeah, this makes me happy. And besides that, so what we have developed over the past 10 years is several approaches to capture the value of health also beyond the healthcare sector. So what we have shown is that you can measure it. And I'm convinced that if you can measure it, you can also shape it. You can, play around with, let's say, scenarios. So there is a progress, not only with, let's say, the methods that we apply, but also how we can communicate to other stakeholders. And this is the second thing that, makes me so happy being here, that we are not only talking now in the health bubble, and for some it might sound a little bit strange to see health as a strategic asset and ROI and we need KPIs, but in the end, I think we really need this and we could show this. So this makes me happy. I see some progress. What at the same time is directly linked to this and makes me a little bit unhappy is that although we know a lot of things already for quite some time, we are still not investing enough into the right things. So prevention is still underfunded. Innovative medicines in some countries still lack access. So although we know a lot of things and we have a lot of data and evidence, we are still lacking some, boldness or lack of willingness to take over the ownership or the responsibility to really drive it forward. So there is still a gap between what we know and what we fund. And I think we must progress a little bit further to also make, to connect the dots and not think in silos any longer. Also, you were asking in your last question about defense or health. Let's not talk only in silos and about silos. And then when we connect the dots, we can also pick up what the Draghi report meant a little bit better. And so I'm very positive looking towards the future, and this makes me happy.
Thank you. That sounds good. So I hope it won't end up in our capacity to produce healthy soldiers.
No. Hopefully not.
So, Dr. Kluge, what Malina just mentioned now was like, we know that investing in primary care and prevention is rational decision and behavior, but we all know that people are getting Nobel Prizes in economics to show that we are very irrational in making decisions. So you are you are advocating for a rational thing that looks like impossible, which is making primary care prevention priority stronger. So what's your feeling? What is perspective that you would be heard and that things would change?
Thank you. You know, I'm a born optimist, so in that sense, I think a lot of positive things are happening. We just heard from our two wonderful ministers. We also established 3 primary healthcare demonstration platforms in the pan-European region, where modern primary healthcare actually is happening. Maybe one point, if you allow me, that indeed our role is technical and moral, but we do have a lot of data. I mean, if you invest €1 in adult vaccination, you get €19 out of it in something very basic, right? Then on the NCDs, non-communicable diseases, 8 out of 10 people, including all of us, are going to pass away from heart attack, stroke, cancer, respiratory disease, diabetes. There is 2% of the GDP in economic loss due to those factors, where actually the answer is not so expensive. It's 30 minutes physical moderate exercise a day, which we're going to do around the lake here. It's not smoking. It's finally stopping this false debate between harmful and non-harmful alcohol. There is no non-harmful drinking. We have no evidence on that one, right? I don't say that the people should not drink, but it's my role to say that it's harmful. And then it's up to every individual, right? And then healthy food. So then I think we have to be also very realistically that when I talk to prime minister and presidents, it's true, they say, but listen, you got a lot of money during the COVID-19. So there is a bit of fatigue there. And the other reality is that there is less money for health. I mean, it goes more to defense. So it's a matter, and I agree with the esteemed panelists, that it's not one or the other. Because I haven't spoken to one prime minister who disagreed when you say, listen, prime minister, you know, how can your country be secure if you don't have a strategic stockpile of essential medicines or vaccines? If you don't do simulation exercises of your hospital trauma care capacity in case of mass casualties. And this can be war, but it can be, like unfortunately my country in 2016 in Brussels, terrorist attack or flooding. So I think the common sense is there, but it's a matter, I think, to link our narrative, right, to the other biggies like climate change. I think it's clear for everyone, every leader of the country, what the heat is doing. And this is going to get worse and worse. So I think we need to be a little bit... And then the other elephant in the room, obviously, is the whole issue of fake news and disinformation. And there, the digital can help to create digital health literacy. But I must say I'm also more on the optimistic side. The one thing which bothers me a lot, also maybe because I'm a father of 2 wonderful girls, is the mental health of the youth. I mean, that's a big elephant in the room. We did a big survey, thanks to the European Commission also, and 11% of the adolescents tell themselves that they feel they themselves have problematic use of social media. So that's something, this digital terms of health and what it will do on the brain, I think is a big field for research.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the advantages of European population that we are still on the healthier side of mental health compared to some other nations. Dr. Prevolnik, so when you hear this discussion and then you come back again to your office, you will go again, and then you think about different side of the world, how you work with the government, Minister of Finance, Minister of Economy, Prime Minister, to promote the values and the results and the outcomes you see and you can put on the table as a measurable figure. So what is your feeling about having healthcare as a cross-sector strategy that is not only your responsibility, something you are expected to care, but the whole government or the whole nation?
Yeah, definitely. I see health as as a policy that goes across the sectors, definitely. And as I talked about the human resources, I wish we had enough human resources in healthcare. It is just a priority, but I don't think we have enough. But still, it's increasing, which I'm very proud of. But, if you only think about the human resources, what you need to have a knowledgeable, innovative human workforce, you need to work with other sectors, which is at least, science, it's research, it's education, then it's the, you have to somehow estimate the needs, which doctors you need where. So it's also the economy, it's the finance. So it's like everyday work that you have to work together, and I strongly believe in this health across all policy. That's the right approach to go. On the other hand, I think what is really important here that we show that we really show what health means, that how health is really important not only to the health sector itself, but to the wider economy. And there are ways, I'm as an economist also, there are ways to show this. We know what's the contribution of a healthy people, how much is something worth.
The best economist in the government, or?
No, but there are ways to show this. It's not a secret. There are like human capital approaches and other approaches where this can be calculated. And what is really important is that we have to have the numbers, we have to measure the outcomes. And that's something that we were working really hard on in the last 2 years, where we introduced the Act on the Assuring Quality in Healthcare, Strategy on Quality, Quality Indicators, because their quality of healthcare alongside the all procedures that are going on in the healthcare are the ones that lead to good outcomes. And when we measure outcomes and we can compare them to the costs, then we can really show, that it's worth investing in health, because health is investment. Basically, when all the sectors come together, they complement each other, it is only then that we get what we want. It is health, more health for people and healthy population, which can then, of course, contribute to all the sectors again.
Yeah, it's very simple. Price and quantity, and then you get outcome which is high quality or not. And usually people forget one or other side, although it is simple. Minister Hrstić, so after hearing all these ideas and stuff, what would be your priorities in investing in health in Croatia?
In a short way, prevention and outcomes. Why? Because I think that medicine is changing, and we are changing as citizens and people, as we are traveling much more. We are not stuck in one part of world. We are changing the parts of where we live. And why I have said the outcomes, because I think that we need to know the value of how much money we put into healthcare system and what we get. The only goal is to get healthy people, to be healthier. And we need to know how much we need to invest to get 1 year of health life more than we have right now. And I think that Croatia is right now, it's not on a good size, on a good side for the number of healthy years in a life. So I think that's the first thing that we need to do, prevention and measuring the outcomes. And we are doing that.
And then probably focusing on what Dr. Kluge said, smoking, drinking, and all other hard stuffs.
Cheapest.
So, what I wanted to ask you when we ended the previous discussion, I ask you now. What would you do ideally to make European life sciences, biotech, and all related sectors competitive globally and being leaders again as we were 10 years ago? When I'm in Boston, I like to walk from Boston to Cambridge. By foot, it's 6.2 kilometers, and then I cross by a beautiful big Novartis building at the Kendall Square. So more buildings in US or in Europe?
I think there are many buildings in Europe, but the Research and Development Center in Boston is quite impressive. I think in general for us, it's three things where we have to focus, and hopefully this dialogue we started here in Bled can be also continued. It's simplifying processes, then it's also shorten market access and create an innovation-friendly environment. And one other, it sounds simple, but I think this is where we need a dialogue. There are many points below how to create it and how to create this infrastructure. But what is also important, and it was mentioned here, it's also prevention. One is not to smoke, not to drink alcohol, to sleep long, but also knowing the numbers. I think, do you know that only 30% of females go to mammography in Europe? Do you know your numbers for lipid levels? Do you know your numbers for Lp(a), which is a predictor of cardiovascular events? How many of the males know their PSA value, which is a predictor for prostatic cancer? I think it's also a responsibility, not just from the government. I think it's a responsibility of each single human to take it, to keep also the society healthy. And I think using also the opportunity of prevention and screening is something which is really important. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was kind of concrete and surprising both, because not only giving suggestion what should be done on the competitive side, but also I really like to hear from pharma advocating preventive and public health measures. Yeah. We need to end in 5 minutes, but we were 12 minutes late, so globalists will take us 5 minutes. I don't accept that. So I think all the evidence that Malina would bring on to the table, and science and research are saying we should be proud Europeans about our health and our healthcare, our pharma industry, and all the stuff we want to compare with the world. And we should really not forget it. The one institution we should be proud of historically, because it was probably the most productive institution ever established internationally, was the World Health Organization. And I'm saying this, of course, pro domo suo, because the institution that I was director was, and is still named, Andrija Štampar, and the guy who was the first president and founding father was Andrija Štampar. So, Dr. Kluge, we are now hearing strong voices, but not only voices, initiatives to really finish with the WHO. Some big countries like US think that this is useless and we don't need it. And we all know the results and the outcomes, but we also know that some things should be seriously changed, and for better, definitely. So if someone would say to you, please close the WHO, what would be your answer?
Definitely I would be accused of a bias, probably. But seriously, the WHO is not me. The WHO is all of you, is the people, is the member states. And it's the only multilateral institution where every country has a voice. Big one, small one. and we're 80 years old, so it's a pity it has to happen because of this, what you mentioned. But I think it's timely for WHO to look into its soul. Actually, I just came out of the video conference with Dr. Tedros, who passes best regards, particularly over to ministers, and the 6 region directors. And WHO is, together with UN Secretary General, trying to become fit for purpose. Number 1 core mandate, not doing a little bit of everything, go back to the basics. What is it that WHO was established? I mean, there we heard it. I mean, that was amazing. We heard from everyone. The prevention linked to the primary health care. I mean, no one is outbidding us there. And this is crucial, really, is number 1. Number 2 is efficiency. Everyone has to, ministers of health, governments, value for money. So to move also closer to where are the needs greatest. I myself am moving, I have moved the whole administration of Copenhagen to Istanbul, communicable disease to Almaty, right? So we have to evolve. And the third one is a restructuring, absolutely. And to benefit, speaking now as European, pan-European, 53 member states, from the tremendous capacity we have in the region. So WHO is not sitting in Copenhagen, somewhere of the country office. It's so much expertise. We have Professor Branco here, also from the Public Health Institutes. We have so many institutions which can deliver. I think the key word is unity, because ultimately we're moving forward and we're improving, but meanwhile there are people who cannot afford healthcare. There are mothers alone with children who are pushed into poverty, who have to choose between buying drugs for a rare disease or sending them to schools. And I think that is WHO in its broad sense, all of us together. It's the humanity that we cannot lose. Who are we leaving behind? No one should become poor due to ill health. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So that was our story. Thank you all for being so kind to me. And I think, we may have questions here. Please, thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kalan, and I'm very thankful for your appearance here today. There are 2 ministers here who have the really difficult and tough role in their countries. What I'm about to ask and comment about is the innovation of Europe is in their healthcare. Innovation in terms of progressing and speeding up all the research, because Europe is self-sufficient. COVID epidemic showed that Europe is self-sufficient in terms of capacities, in terms of inter-country treatments, in terms of showing and sharing the data and research. And I think what is crucial is lowering the burden of regulation. It is still a border for innovative drugs in European Union, even though Europe should be and is free market of transport, service and goods, but in terms of innovative drugs, there are still borders. Those borders are just administrative. If one molecule, one cell, one innovative drug is available in one country, should be available in another when the capacity for their treatments are present. Because small molecules, evidence-based medicine is different to new drugs, medicines, which are the perpetrator of the progress. And I would really appreciate that this panel goes further in European level, even though the WHO, in terms of deregulating the borders in European countries, because there is a knowledge, there is innovative, there is a science, and there is economy for that. So the politicians...
I must say that there is an art of asking questions.
Sorry? The question is, who is going to lead the role? Thank you.
You see. So, thank you so much. I think we are, after this discussion, even more convinced that we should not lose our values, understand that our strength is not our weakness, and that we have arguments in favor of that. So thank you so much.
I think, I really don't know. No, we are not shaken and not stirred. Thank you all for gathering here for the Bled Strategic Forum panel called Charting the Cosmos, Europe's Quest for Competitiveness in the New Space Race. It is, of course, an intriguing and provocative question in an era when it seems the world is kind of rediscovering space. The costs of going into space or into orbit are falling, the number of launches is rising, and the orbit is congested, and space debris is posing a growing threat. On top of that, for the first time in history, much of this activity is being driven and funded by private capital and private companies. Space economy reached around 500 billion euros last year and is expected to reach 1.3 trillion by 2035. The world's richest entrepreneurs are expanding their business into space, developing solutions and offering services to public agencies like NASA, ESA, and others. According to the Space Foundation, 78% of the growth came from the commercial sector. The first half of this year was the busiest ever for the launch industry, which recorded 149 launches. Of course, this race we are seeing is not only about research and defense, it is also about resources. This raises not only financial questions, but also regulatory ones. How do we protect space, safeguard national interest, and ensure security? As the United States and China compete to dominate the moon and later Mars, the question is, where is Europe? Will the classical regulatory approach through the New Space Act and vision for the economy take us to new frontiers? How is the European Union stepping up to these challenges? And how will it position itself in a future that increasingly extends business, exploration, and defense into space? Before we dig deep into space, let us first hear from Josef Aschbacher, Director General of the European Space Agency. We should. So yeah, we seem to be having some problems. I guess we can wait for another second, but we don't have a lot of time because we have the whole space to cover, so. Or maybe we can just kick off the debate and then, if things to get clear. Okay. Then I think we will just start without this address and come back to it if possible later on. So joining me for the discussion are Giancarlo Granero, Head of Unit for Space Economy, Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space at the European Commission. Luca Del Monte, Head of Commercialization Department at the European Space Agency. Fabrizio Morgera, Senior Investment Officer at the European Investment Bank. And Mr. Tomasz Rotonik, Director of Skylabs, a high-tech company specializing in miniaturized onboard systems for satellites. And last but not least, Mattia Renchel, Research Manager of the think tank European Space Policy Institute from Vienna. So maybe to just start with the current situation, I would like to start with Mr. Del Monte and Mr. Granero. Is Europe ready for this space race that is already happening, and it seems like it's being dominated by other nations? What is the current situation? Maybe, yes, let's start with you. Yes. Yes.
So thank you very much. Very difficult. But yeah, and I'm very happy to be here, of course. Are we ready in Europe? I think we have a lot of elements to be ready. We have a vision, as you mentioned it. We have a goal, and that vision, which was adopted not so long ago, in June this year, says that we want to be in a leading position, maybe not number 1, but not number 10 either, by 2050. So we want to get there. And we start from a position of relative strength, I would say. We have excellent space systems in Earth observation, in navigation. We will soon have an excellent system in space satellite communication with I+II. We have excellent competences, skills, experience in our industry, representative here, and in the space agency, of course. And we have the internal market, and I'm sure you will get there, or we should have the internal market. We will soon have an internal market for space with the Space Act. So I think with these, we are ready, we're getting ready with a lot more actions that are in the vision, for example.
But I feel like there's a but coming up, but I'm not sure.
But of course, for all of these, so for example, for the systems, we know that in launchers we are not as strong. I+II comes later. For the competences, we know that our very skilled entrepreneurs and scientists often have to turn to other parts of the world to get the financing they need, for example, to scale up. And we know that for the internal market, we are not there yet, and we will get there soon.
We will come back to that as well, but first I want to hear from you, Mr. Del Monte, of course. How is the game changing for ESA? What is the current situation?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thanks a lot for this question. So maybe I can continue on the line of Giancarlo with the but. With the but.
But is always a good thing to continue.
Yeah. No, because I think it's true. I mean, we have a strong industry, but it's an industry who is in a very peculiar situation with respect to its competitors on the other side of the Atlantic, for instance, because it's an industry which cannot really and does not rely on a strong internal captive market. It does not. So this means that it is an industry who must be extremely competitive in order to win on the commercial market the contracts. And there is a strong and fierce competition. So there is a need for competitiveness. And who says competitiveness says innovation, because in the end, innovation is the engine behind competitiveness. And so the but is, yes, but institutions should provide and must provide a stronger market, let's say a captive market or an anchor tenant type of market, and industry must be more competitive. Now, the traditional industry in Europe is very strong, but when a company becomes stronger and bigger, introducing innovation is inherently more difficult because there are very highly codified process to introduce innovation in large companies, while smaller companies are naturally more prone to inject and test and innovate. Why I'm insisting on these two sides? On the fact that this is the real reason why in Europe we need a commercial market, because a commercial market is what brings us more competitive industry, new actors as well, who can challenge the incumbent, so the existing big players, and can sometimes work together with them.
Then would it be safe to say that the main industry players, the big players, kind of fell asleep in this whole space race? Did they maybe misjudge the market opportunities that were lying somewhere?
No, it's not a question of misjudging. Well, sometimes, I mean, if you are too comfortable in your nest and you only deal with the ESA, and the Mamma ESA is there always with contracts, of course, let's say, maybe you can miss some opportunities. But honestly, I think that industry has realized now that this is happening more and more, large industry. The proof is that they even have, most of them now, I'm thinking about Thales Salini, Airbus, OHB, they have their own corporate ventures where they themselves do invest in the development of an ecosystem of startup that then eventually works with them. So I think they know that this must happen, and otherwise we are stuck sometimes at ESA. We don't manage to implement our own mission because we come out with a certain price tag, and industry say, no, we need 3 times more, 2 times more. And so we need new players also that injects more competition and new blood.
Mr. Rotoni, you are one of the new players, let's say a smaller player. What are your thoughts on everything that is happening in the market currently?
Thank you very much. So since I came from the technological company, high-tech company, I will first provide probably technical inputs on that matter. As was already explained from my speakers here today, I totally agree with the already given inputs, but I would additionally add the fact that Europe is really lacking now a little bit on technological matter on specific topics, not on all areas. What concerns on the downstream segment, I think we are still superior, so processing data, receiving the data, etc., etc. But what concerns the upstream segment, space segment, there are still some core key technologies where the Europe is lacking. One of those are, of course, transportation technologies. We are totally aware of that. I know that Europe or ESA is heavily investing in this area already. I also believe that there would be even better results in near future on that matter. But we need that. We need that at the end, because control of the orbits at the end is today the lever of the power at the end. So we all know what is the geopolitical tensions in the last 2 years. I think the story is now upside down. And we need to also master all technologies. I think Europe needs to master all technologies at the end to be prepared for the future, for the next stage. And of course, if I'm already talking about these technical things about transportation technologies, I would additionally, for example, expose to things that are still not yet in the production, or they are still not in the testing, or they are still in the testing, not yet in operational environment, and we are talking about transportation technologies. There are actually nuclear propulsion systems, for example, fission engines for the deep space missions, for example. On the other side, propulsions for very low Earth orbits, for example. And this is something that Europe is still on par with other competitors. And I think those two technologies in the future, I think, could be also a game changer on that matter, what concerns the transportation technologies, let's say.
So basically, there's a lot of PR we are seeing from across the Atlantic. We are also seeing a lot of investments. How much do we have to, Europe, the European Union and ESA, ramp up those investments in order to catch up in the race?
Yes, definitely. I think this is inevitable, that the funds for that needs to be increased. I mean, the money spent last year for the space research, for example, I think 95% goes to the United States. 10% was only invested from the Europe side, and this is obvious. If you want to be on par with the technology achievements in the future or state-of-the-art technologies, we need heavily start investing more in that matter, since that I think last year already half of that money was spent for the military purposes. And of course, but there is a question. If we will increase the funding on that matter, it still needs to be thoughtfully spent.
Since we are at the funding topic, I would like to continue with you, especially because we know that EIB is a European bank, of course, investing in all European projects. How big is the space portfolio at the bank currently, and how is it rising in the past year, 2 years?
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for the invitation. EIB has been investing in the space sector, let's say, with a broader concept of space sector since 1980. So we deployed between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. So we started to invest to support Arianespace, big companies like Avio, but then we also supported the CES, the satellite manufacturer based in Luxembourg, also Eutelsat. So let's say large corporates, and we are still supporting them through corporate loans. Since 2020, we have started to invest also in the so-called new space, and we have started to invest. For example, the first two companies were Spire Global and The Orbit, one based in Luxembourg, the other in Italy. And afterwards, we have invested in other 6-7 companies, and we are this year we can doubling the investment portfolio because many companies became ready for us. Ready for us means that in the upstream sector they need to have the so-called the flight heritage, so they need to have proof of concept already in space. And for example, we have 6 companies that became eligible in the upstream, and on top of it, we can invest also in downstream, which is even bigger, and we have additional 2 or 3 companies in the pipeline. So I would say, from equity risk, we are taking more risk, even investing in startups, and we have deployed in startups something like 150 to 200 million. And the additional 150 can be deployed in 1 year only. And on top of it, we have, it's not EIB money, but we are acting as an advisor of the European Innovation Council, which is a fund backed completely by European Commission, with a total commitment of 3 billion, of which more or less half already invested. And the ESE has been investing, however, in the space sector, and he deployed the additional 150 million in equity. So I would say, ballpark, we invested the cumulative basis almost 2 billion. Current portfolio, it's around 500 million. So,
Mr. Renchel, from your side, where exactly do you see, we do know that also the investments are ramping up because of the whole defense segment is also growing, but from your point of view, how are the investments rising and where are they still lagging? Where do we have to step up even further, even more, maybe a bit more aggressively?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would say also thank you very much to the Bled Strategic Forum and also the Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sport to bring space into such a platform, because this is very important. It's extremely important to talk about space in an environment which is not usually used to talk about space. Why? First thing is because space is a transversal enabler that supercharges the economy. So space is really something that works across all industrial sectors and can boost Europe as a whole, can boost a country like Slovenia as a whole. And I truly believe in that, and there's also ample evidence out there that confirms that. The other aspect, why does this matter, is also because space is one of the few sectors where Europe still has what it takes to turn the balance of power. There are many sectors out there, future-defining sectors, where we've lost the race. In space, we still have an industrial base that is very competent, and over the last 15 years, with the help of ESA, the European Commission, etc., we've been also able to mature a cohort of companies that bring in the innovation, bring in that power. But yes, as you said, it's important to think where we are investing. So we are currently investing 5 times less than the United States when it comes to civil space, about 15 times less when it comes to defense and security. So obviously, we have to, also in view of the geopolitical context, ramp up the security investments. But doing that, we also have to make sure that sovereignty doesn't become an excuse for competitiveness. Because if we talk about sovereign solutions, they should be solutions that in the future will be able to export. That in the future will be able to say, we have the best ISR system in the world. And I think for that to happen, we really need to make sure that innovation, as Luca said, is at the core of everything that we do with this new wave of investment. I think that's a big opportunity for newer companies, innovative companies, to really bring that innovation forward. And ultimately, then it becomes a question of vision. And I think it's very good that we have a vision that Giancarlo mentioned. And I would be more bold and say, if we say it's about leadership, then it means it's about being first. So for me, leadership means being first. And the other aspect here is speed. Because I think in today's world, which is also propelled by private investment, complementing the public investment, which still is about 80%, but speed matters more than ever. It's about taking the market, creating moats towards your competitors, and I think we have to be aware of those two aspects, vision and speed, as really key solutions and key building blocks for Europe's space economy to grow.
When talking about speed, can the Space Act be something that helps with the speed, or is it something maybe that will take too much time to implement?
I mean, I think it's part of the package, but I think the Space Act in itself will do nothing. I think we need a package that includes the Space Act, but also that includes serious commitments at the next ESA ministerial that go beyond what is business as usual, and we also need strong support for the next MFF, for the operational programs to continue and scale with the European Commission. And I think we will also have, what we will see, we will have an increasing interest from member states to also develop their own systems. So what we need to ensure is that these systems are able to federate, to work together, and that sort of we ensure that there is a European approach. It doesn't mean that there is, one boss at the top of everything, but where every country, every mechanism that we have in Europe is used to the best extent possible in order to build a European way of doing space that can disrupt, because we have to disrupt in order to win back the markets that we lost. We were leaders in commercial space in the late 90s, early 2000s. Now we are no longer there.
Why?
I would say lack of anticipation, and as Luca said earlier, when you're too comfortable, when you're in the leading position, it's you're the one with the target on the back. So others disrupt you. That cycle of life, you now have to disrupt them.
Mr. Del Monte, yes.
Thanks. Magia is calling me in question, and obviously I agree. But talking about the ingredients, the recipe that you mentioned. There is Jeff Bezos was saying that, just to mention our competitors, that if you want to be successful in business, you need 3 ingredients, that is talent, capital, and patience. And I think for space we have talent, capital, and speed that you were mentioning, and also is an essential question when you are on business and you need to reach to the market quicker and faster than your competitor. You have to hit that market. Now, what happened, I think that the difference is that, and we are learning a lot from what has happened in the US. I'm not saying that we can replicate or we want to replicate, because I think that we cannot simply mimic exactly what has happened 25 years ago in the Silicon Valley, but still we can learn something from that, and we can adapt and derive our own European approach. And I think that we often think about, Elon Musk is bringing his own capital, a lot of private money, can afford that. Certainly, yes, but this is not the essence. We are looking at the finger and not at the moon, actually, there. Because the real difference, what these guys has brought in, and I'm thinking about these, the Bezos, the Musk people, is not just private money, which is important, but it's a different risk-taking approach, which was totally ignored in the space business in Europe. They have brought in, it's really the convergence of the digital economy and space industry. They have brought in the approach that you go to the market with your product, your service, even though you know that this is not perfect yet, but still you have to be there, and then you will make it perfect at the next round. And we all know that when we buy our mobile phone or a software, we know that in a few months there will be an update. So now this type of approach that these guys has injected in the development of their rockets, and that we see it every day on the first page of newspapers. He has blown up on the ramp or on the launch pad, or he has been successful after 7, 8 exams. This was unheard of in our business, which is inherently a risk-adverse type of sector, where before you inject innovation, it's taking years. Now, in order to respond and to adapt to that, ESA, as several other space agencies in Europe, has to adapt and to change the way we are dealing with commercial type of approach of projects. So, although the backbone of our programs will remain research and development, the traditional way, nevertheless, next to that, now we have identified other type of programs where we have to have a different approach, a different role. And in particular, we have identified 3 new roles that we take up in different commercial projects. First one is the role of customer. You may say, well, it's obvious. I mean, you simply buy. It's obvious, but not that obvious when you are an R&D organization, when the mindset of your people is engineers for whom everything has to be perfect and according to the spec, nothing is good enough. Well, now we are learning to buy off the shelf and more. And this is important because it's good to have companies that have developed something new, but then they have to be capable of industrializing that product. That means replicating it at scale. And if, on the contrary, you ask every time a new version of it, this can never happen. And this is the first thing. The second one is being a partner. A partner means that sometimes we place a contract even though the product is not there yet, and we commit to buy upfront a series of that service. This is something that we were not capable before. And last but not least, I would say is the role of an enabler, because we have realized that in many cases industry wants to work with ESA just because they need our expertise, the knowledge of our engineers, but they don't want to develop something for ESA itself. They have commercial customers. And so it's useless to impose to them our own standards.
But won't the Space Act be doing just that? The single market rules, won't they be doing just that?
SpaceX has developed things in a different way in the end, so they don't follow the so-called V-shaped approach that we have typically in our standards in Europe. That means going through review after review, but they go on the ramp, they test it, it works, it fails. So it's a different way of doing things. It's more spectacular, certainly. I don't think that we can afford that way handling public money, honestly. This would backfire. So we have to find this adapted approach that I was trying to introduce to you, where we are rather a partner, where we leave industry more responsible, because we think that industry, especially in countries like Slovenia, has demonstrated in the past 10 years to have matured substantially. I mean, we were discussing before this panel about all the progress that industry in this country has done, and it's impressive and has been recognized by all the partners. Now, an industry that is so capable maybe does not need to be directed step by step by an agency, but can be left to take up more responsibility, and in this way maybe we can go even faster. But this requires an adapted way of managing programs. So this is why we have developed these new approaches, these new roles, adapted to each of these roles. There are different rules of procedures that our technical officers will follow.
Mr. Rotownik, do you agree with all this new adapted approach? And of course, Mr. Del Monte did mention buying from the shelf. How can the European industry be the one selling from the shelf?
Yeah. Of course, I agree. Additionally, on that matter, I would say, yes, that doing space business is not easy. It's a long learning curve, for example, as an example of our company. We started as a really small company, a garage company in the past 10 years ago, but we have an idea and we have a know-how. We start building, first thing that we start doing in the past was start building the know-how, to understand the problem, what concerns being in space business. And since we conquered this know-how, we then start addressing the problem by building the solution, for example. But this was not yet let's say, the successful story for us to get the first project, etc., etc. But nevertheless, some circumstances mixed up, and eventually we got, let's say, a first meeting directly with ESA. Even we were not yet recognized as a space company, for example, and ESA as an agency, their experts were willing to listen to us, and they are accepting our thoughts, they are accepting our thinking, and at the end they accept even our solution at the end. And this was actually a story for our company at the beginning. But this was just the learning curve for us. That successful company, for example, it was already somehow mentioned, needs to, let's say, not just to have the know-how, not to just understand the problem, to address the problem, to develop the problem, to implement the problem. They need also to have a market overview on that matter, because space business is not simple at all. And at the end, when you have the results, when you have the commercialization, because this is the important thing also in the space business, you cannot just do some contracts with the agencies with no final commercialization behind, for example. Yeah, but at the end, you should never lean on the results or the awards at the end. You should always reinvest what you gain. And I think this is important. I think in this space business, it's very important that as a space company with big ambitions needs to reinvest what is harvested.
Since we are again with the investments, we do agree that we need more innovation, more startups, more scale-up, more VC funding. How to achieve this? It does sound maybe easier to discuss than to actually reach.
Definitely. I mean, I already mentioned before that we need to increase the funds. Who will spend those extra funding, for example? It's a big question. Or this would be big system integrators, or this would be SMEs, or this would be the end startups, for example. For my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, I think that the sweet spot probably would be SMEs, since they can be quite agile to adapt to new paradigm, for example, that happens where if you have some lack of something new happen on the market, you can easily try to address that, easily to adapt, for example. You have more know-how at the beginning than the startups, for example, and you already have the basic know-how, basic knowledge, and I think you can address that on an appropriate time. This is just my opinion. But of course, I think when we are talking about space business, perhaps this is a little bit out of the scope what was mentioned until now. We are talking about core technologies. And at the end, the common denominator of the, let's say, core technologies are at the end also semiconductor technologies. And for my understanding currently, I think Europe is still lagging behind, so we still didn't achieve total independence, and this is something that it should be done in the future. So we must achieve total independence what concerns the chips, ASICs, for example. And I think small companies could address this to develop things that are still missing, for example.
Mr. Morgera, how does this resonate with you, and especially when we are talking about concrete investments that are still to come?
Well, first of all, we have increased meaningfully the exposure over the last 5 years. For example, 5 years ago, we didn't have any space VC fund, because the only one was Seraphim Capital, which was based in London, and with Brexit we lost the only space fund, and through the Cassini initiative, which was a mix of money coming from the European Commission and the European Investment Fund, which is the European Investment Bank subsidiary, we deployed 600 million by creating a new fund dedicated mostly to the space sector. So let's say in the market, so far there are 600 million more equity, which are available. Something has been deployed already, but there are more money coming from the startups and the scale-ups. On top of it, we enhanced our venture debt, which is a 5 years bullet loan, and we have deployed 200 million already, and as I told you before, we have already 150 under pipeline. And thanks to the European Commission ESA, we see that there are more opportunities because, for example, when we look at the profit and loss of startups, we don't consider the grant as a revenue. But, for example, if the new approach of ESA is to be a marketplace, so basically a client, of course, for us, this is a recurring revenue. It can be considered as a revenue. It will have an impact very important for us in the appraisal. So for us, ESA can be a reliable client. Before, it was just a grant provider, or, for example, the acceleration program of European Commission is just 2 years, so we cannot consider the grant as a revenue. So if this approach, thanks to the experience of NASA, SpaceX, etc., will come to Europe, it means that we have, on top of the 600 million equity, maybe more for the next budget of European Commission, plus all the marketplace coming from ESA, on top corporate venture capital investing in, and on top, so this will be gearing for us, because the more equity we have, the more debt we can provide. So the venture debt we are providing is a multiple of the equity, and I would say it's at least 1x, 2x time the equity. So the more equity we have, the more debt we can deploy. So I see that we are creating in Europe this virtuous loop. Of course, we are far from the US level, but I'm quite positive. So compared to 5 years ago, we moved from 0 to 100. Of course, we need to reach 1,000 of USA, but at least we made our meaningful progress.
Mr. Granero, talking about the single market and implementing that through legislation, regulation, etc., what exactly will be happening in the future, in the next years, and how can we talk about a single market for the European Union while we do know that the industry is not self-sufficient? We do have partners from abroad, so how can we impose rules for the others?
Maybe before I get to that, I will get to that, but I would like to resonate maybe what I heard here, because it's super interesting and it really aligns with what we keep repeating, both on space and on defense, by the way. So we need to spend more, we need to spend better, and we need to spend European. We need to spend more, that's very clear. There is a huge gap in public investments compared to the US and China. China is probably overtaking us now. But also in private, in VC, and that's what Fabrizio just mentioned. For the next financial framework, which goes up to 2034, we will have in the proposal of the Commission, which is now just at the beginning of the negotiation with our member states, we proposed a 5-fold increase of the budget for defense, space, and security. Not space only, but that envelope. 5-fold increase in a moment which, from the budgetary point of view, is not easy, because the European Union has to repay all the loans of Next Generation EU. So that's a very strong signal. So that's the contribution of the Commission to that debate for the more. We need to spend better, and that links a lot to what Luca said. Better means not solidifying certain structures that we have today, but rather using the procurement, notably, in a more innovative way to stimulate innovation, to stimulate new entrants, and to open a bit the market and allow commercialization. We always say the public institutions could be the anchor customer. So you give a contract, you give stability, and with that, the companies can get other contracts and grow. And then we have to spend European. And European can mean at least two things. I would say one is what was just mentioned in terms of critical technologies. Space is a sector where we cannot afford excessive dependencies. And we have several tools to address that. One is the Observatory for Critical Technologies. One is the screening of the foreign direct investments, because it is true that since our companies lack funds, then foreign investors sometimes try to buy technologies that we don't want to see go. So that's a very critical instrument. And the second part, and then I stop, on the spending European is, we shouldn't forget that in Europe, more than 40% of the public funds are national. And about half of these is spent nationally. So there is a certain fragmentation that we have to address. And one way we propose to address it in the vision is to have what is called a Space Team Europe. Or rather two ways. One is the Space Team Europe, which is this high-level forum. It would include the Commission, but ESA, it would include the industry, it would include the member states critically, and it would really try to define a common plan for the space activities on how to spend this money. And the second one, it is as important. You know certainly that we have in the EU a cycle of coordination of economic policies, the so-called semester, European semester. In there, for the next MFF, we proposed a competitiveness coordination tool, which would do exactly that. A lot of money is spent at national level. It will be the case also for the next MFF, because the national partnerships will be the largest share of the EU budget. So we have to align it with the spending on space, for example, and on other sectors, of course, at the EU level. So
what exactly does that mean in practice?
It means that it would be embedded in these economic semester discussions between the EU level and the member states level. And there would be a mechanism whereby we try to really avoid duplication so that a member state, which remains sovereignty and they can do whatever they want with their space budget, but we try to avoid duplication and see, on the contrary, where we can build synergies. Because, again, the budget is still smaller than our competitors. We have to use it the best we can.
And then when you are talking about the budget and, of course, spending more in the future, we do know that the European budget is something that is still being negotiated and will take some time until it is fixed and finalized. And in the meantime, the competitors are continuing to develop and to kind of dominate the space race. And we do know that the European Union is competing with the richest people in the world. And on top of that, with the current administration that is quite favorable towards them. So when talking about this race, what possibilities does Europe have to add speed into this, which we already said is a very important ingredient?
I think that what Luca mentioned is very important. These different ways of doing the procurement and being the anchor customer really can stimulate this innovation ecosystem that today it exists, of course, but it's not at a sufficient scale to be really competitive with other partners. I think that would be a key ingredient. And then, of course, I think the other ingredient, and I come to your original question, is that in a market of 27 member states, even beyond space, any company will find a challenge of establish itself or provide their services or sell their goods in these 27 different frameworks. So there are a number of tools which we are putting in place, not necessarily only for space. And I give you one example, which is horizontal, is the proposal upcoming for next year of the 28th regime, which means you will have 27 regimes of each member state. But if you want, you pick the 28th, which will be uniform for all, and then you can access the market through that new door that would be open. So that would be for all companies. For the space companies, of course, then we have the specificity of the Space Act, which is now at the initial stages of negotiations as well with Council and Parliament. And there, the logic is threefold. We want to increase safety, resilience, and sustainability. But the underlying logic is the single market, is to create the single market for space, so that all economic operator providing data or services to the EU market will have the same rules to follow everywhere. So that would be a dramatic simplification of some hurdles they face today. And of course, that would apply also to non-EU operators who want to provide data or services to the EU market. So there would be a level playing field for all those competing in this area.
But is Europe currently in a position to maybe to enforce its own rules to top players? Because we do know who will be the ones that we need in order, at least at this level, in order to access space and also to continue research, maybe. Can we impose these rules
I would
to
say
SpaceX?
Definitely yes. Take another example. We defined our own rules in the digital area, where, frankly, who are the companies?
Yeah.
So we defined our rules, and then we apply them to everybody, including the competitors, if they want to do business in the EU market. So I think it's a bit the same reasoning.
Mr. Rencher, I think I need your thoughts on all of the discussed topics that we mentioned now.
On all of the topics?
Well, basically on the space. How can we outrun SpaceX?
Well, I think if we talked about speed a little bit already, we need speed. But I think if I refer back to Mr. Dotonik, and he said they had a vision, and I think that sounds very trivial, right? Yeah, having a vision, fine. But that is very important because ultimately, I think what happens, especially in bigger conglomerates, and the same happened in the US. If you look at Boeing, these big companies sometimes lose track of vision, and what they tell you is, "Tell us what you want, and we'll build it for you." And that's very, I think, unique to the space industry, where there is very limited, I would say, space for industry to bring its vision forward and to be challenged to bring its vision forward. So I think this is really one thing that is definitely needed, and I think it's also needed in view of what I said earlier, because yes, right now maybe we'll have increased funding through defense expenditures, and that is critical. And when we talked about speed, the ESA ministerial meeting later this year is crucial. It's in 2025, it's happening now, and we have to increase our expenditure for space to be able to compete, and then also 28, talking about the MFF. But I think in the short run, it's really important to challenge industry, because these defense expenditures, this is on the back of government debt, that this will happen, and this will at one point also wane off. So we'll need to make sure that the industry that we build now is competitive. But I think the question is vision, and I think we'll have some winners and we'll have some losers. And I think one thing we have to do in Europe much better is to accept that there will be losers. And we are not able to accept that somebody will lose, because then some countries want to protect their own, let's say, their own champion or their own construct. But we have to accept that if you want to compete with Musk and Bezos, well, you can only do it if you are first very, very competitive and you foster cutthroat competition internally in the internal market.
And how to make this internal market agile, fast, not full of bureaucracy. Maybe Mr. Rotonik, you probably understand this from your point of view, from practice.
The market itself is already very agile. I mean, in the sense that it changed a lot. So in the last 2 years, I already mentioned before, there are a lot of changes. And we are now thinking in different directions because of what's going on the globe. But what I think is also important, because we mentioned that about European companies to addressing European independency, to build European independent technology, etc., etc., those companies need to remain, at the end, European. We should not lose those companies that are innovative, that have a vision, that they can innovate. They bring the state-of-the-art on the market. We know from the past that we lose those companies that are not anymore innovative, not anymore European, for example. And this is a drawback, because if you spend European money to those companies that develop those innovative things, there should be some protective switch somehow. I think the States has such switch. I'm not sure if this is possible or if I'm perhaps saying something not right. But for my opinion, I think if you get European funding, this also means that you need to stay European.
Mr. Del Monte, one of the things that you also mentioned before when we were talking, we do already have big European companies that are already accessing this space race, maybe changing, shifting gears in this. Which companies are we talking about? How big are they? How do you perceive all of these changes that are happening?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, in Europe we have 3-4 large-scale integrators. Names are quite obvious. I'm thinking about Airbus, Thales Alenia, Space, OHB, Leonardo, Avio. So these are by the way, there is a public list that is updated once per year on the ESA website if you want to know the name of the 6 exactly. But that's not the point. The point is that Fabrizio mentioned this before. We are deploying a lot of money in new startups with the investments. Okay. Now, not all the investments are the same. You invest at different stage of life of the companies with different sides, taking different risks. I think that we started looking at what was happening in the States. And Macha with the SP has helped a lot in monitoring the situation, and we were saying, wow, it's amazing. They were, I remember in 2018-19 at 12 billions of private investments in space, and in Europe we had 600 million, so ridiculously low compared to that scale. Nowadays, the situation has changed. I would say we have created, for instance, a network of investors now in Europe. We have more than 70 investors that are our partners of ESA. This means that investors come to ESA and ask for advices about the size of the market and the reliability of the technology that is proposed. This helps a lot in investing. So the situation today is that when we look at venture capital, I must say that's not that bad in Europe for space. Of course, it's difficult, but still we made just to give you last year figures, Europe plus 66% private investment in the venture capital segment. In the US, minus 30. Okay, we are starting from 12 billion, so there is still a margin, okay? But this is not the problem. So I would say that today, if you have a startup and you're looking for seeds, early stage, round A type of investments, thanks to Fabrizio, or also on the market, you can find what you need. The problem is after. What comes after? When you want to stay in Europe, as you were correctly saying, and there is nothing. The next stage, the follow-up stage, is the private equity stage. Is the stability where you are already a profitable company with some revenues, and there we don't have today many success stories in terms of exit of the VC. And this is not motivating yet private equities to join in. So this is why, together with Giancarlo, Fabrizio, we have to work together in motivating this late stage type of investment. This is where we need to do more in terms of investment.
One of the things maybe that I did want to discuss as well is because of all the satellites that are gathering the orbit, space is also becoming a critical source of data for agriculture, energy security, and climate research. Mr. Rotoni, do you think the Commission needs to ensure more value is generated from these data sets, or are they maybe staying underused?
I would say that what concerns analyzing the data, we already have quite established companies in Europe, and they are doing a really good job. And since the European Commission is supporting this area, I think we develop quite very good services. Of course, it's not only EU segment, it's also PNT, it's also navigation control, etc., etc. It's also space situational awareness data We also have other kinds of data from space. And these are all the fields that still need to be, for example, upgraded in the future. But what concerns the EO, I think we have really good companies that are really already good addressing those areas. Especially we already have in Slovenia such company that is renowned worldwide, for example.
Yes. Also, maybe I was thinking maybe now would be the time, because we did miss the beginning address from Mr. Aschbacher. Could we see if we can listen to it now?
Dear State Secretary Frances, dear distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to address the 20th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum. It is unfortunate that I cannot be there with you in that lovely location to meet you in person. As we are approaching the ESA Council at ministerial level, my agenda is actually quite a challenge. I believe that the Bled Strategic Forum is an excellent opportunity to discuss the matters that we are all concerned with. This is even more important given the current geopolitical moment and the fact that Slovenia has become this year the 23rd member state of the European Space Agency and will participate in the ESA Council at ministerial level in November 2025 as a full member state. I would like to congratulate the organizers, the Ministry of Economy, Tourism and Sport, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia for having organized the Bled Strategic Forum, which is now in its 20th edition. ESA is celebrating the 50th anniversary of its creation, and I would like to thank Slovenia once more for having kicked off the celebrations in January this year while celebrating its newly acquired membership. I'm very proud that an organization like ESA is attractive to European countries. This shows that there is still a purpose in working together and pooling our resources and ambitions in such a challenging time. Space activities are key as we tackle the challenges ahead of us and can contribute to solving them, whether it is about European strategic autonomy, protecting and preserving our well-being and the environment, helping the economy to grow and thrive, creating highly skilled new jobs, or managing our natural resources in an efficient and sustainable manner. Whatever the challenge ahead, space assets, technologies, and data are there to provide a significant contribution. A country like Slovenia is an excellent example of how, with focused investment and an ambitious vision, one can leverage the potential of space activities to support the growth of successful enterprises and help position the country and its economy in the global value chain. Your ESA full membership can only reinforce what you have achieved during all these years cooperating with ESA. And we count on Slovenia's drive and determination to confirm European space cooperation as a success story in Europe. I look forward very much to seeing some of you in November in Bremen, and I wish you all an interesting and fruitful discussion at the Bled Strategic Forum. Thank you.
I think before going to Q&A from the audience, I did want to discuss one more thing which is becoming more and more important, and that is space waste, or maybe sustainability as a core issue for Europe, and especially the European Commission. It's always trying to work with that. We do know that space waste is becoming a big problem, but could this segment maybe be a market opportunity for European industry? Maybe if we start with you, Mr. Granero.
I think that links directly with the first pillar I mentioned of the Space Act, the safety, because as our roads are often congested, also the orbits now are congested, and can you imagine if you didn't have rules of the road here, what would happen? Well, we need rules of the road for space now. And that's indeed the first pillar of the Space Act. And the third pillar is sustainability, and it's also linked to that, because we also want the space operators to have a common methodology for life cycle assessments, so that we measure first and then we reduce as much as possible the environmental impact of these operations. Of course, this is vital because, as it was said, space is transversal, is really enabler, but it has become essential to basically most, if not all, of our economy, and we need to keep the orbits available and functioning. So that's really, really important. And as I said, it will apply also to non-EU operators who want to operate in the EU market.
Yes. And Mr. Del Monte, how is ESA keeping track on everything that is happening in this area?
Yeah, because what Giancarlo says is very important. Rules of the road, but then you have to implement these rules of the road, and the implementation resides on technology, actually. One aspect of the sustainability of space passes, for instance, through the autonomy of spacecraft in avoiding collisions. And this means implementation of artificial intelligence and detection and other types of sensors on board the spacecraft, because you cannot, especially with the proliferation of spacecraft and the debris associated to the spacecraft, you cannot rely exclusively on human in the loop on a control center. So that's a lot of emphasis today on autonomy and artificial intelligence, and associated to that, you have also to have powerful onboard computing, which is something new also for space. Who is working in radiation-hardened type of microchips and computers knows how difficult it has been to develop this type of computing power in orbit, so what we call edge computing. Another aspect is certainly the removal of the debris. I would say, personally, I think that there have been a lot of emphasis in the past on this removal of the debris. You must understand how many debris are there up there. We are talking about some 25 millions and counting of debris. So even if you won't start removing all of them, you understand that it takes a lot of time. Even if you focus on certain areas that are the more crowded, still you have to know where and what to remove. And sometimes this debris is as small as 1 centimeter, even smaller than a centimeter. You may say, well, it's so small, I don't care. Well, no, because they fly at 8 kilometers per second. So basically the kinetic energy associated even to a very small mass is extremely high. So this brings me to two considerations to conclude this part. The first one, debris removal per se with, let's say, artificial, let's say, arms or types of grip, maybe it's not, the real business is not really in the removal of the debris, but really on the defense side. Because when you are capable of removing a debris, you can also remove an operational satellite, maybe, which is not cooperating, or, there is a business in the defense world which is super looking really with a lot of attention to this capability, which is a spin-off of that business, if you want.
It's an interesting point of view.
And the second one, just to conclude, is the fact that you must know where to look at if you want to remove a debris or avoid a collision. And there is a booming business in terms of space situational awareness. Ground-based, space-based. So this means radar, this means telescopes, which monitors the sky in order to know what's happening up there. And again, also in this case, there is a defense spin-off linked to intelligence on one side, and so it's characterization of the assets that are flying up there. And you know that now it's not a secret any longer. We have stealth type of satellites, so invisible to radars and obviously also to optics, so more difficult to be detected. And also back to the origin, SSA was not born because of looking at satellites, but because the radars were deployed over the horizon to see incoming missiles. So I would say, unfortunately, we are back to the origin of the system with the original meant use of that.
Mr. Rotonik, do you have anything to add to this? It is an interesting topic.
No, I fully agree what was told. The problem would be much simpler if all satellites, but this is just a joke, if all satellites would be in very low Earth orbits, for example, placed. But we all know everything about that, yeah.
And when talking about the business side of what Mr. Del Monte was saying, do you maybe already have any investments in this area of, let's say, regulating space debris? And, of course, the interesting part was on the defense side.
Well, in the defense, yes, we have several investments. Most of them are under pipeline because we recently changed our policy about, let's say, dual use, and but we are ticking a lot of boxes in terms of defense and the security. In terms of sustainability, for example, to removal of debris, etc., we have one French company now under appraisal, so they can they are developing a docking and let's say it's more for to fix problem on the satellites, but in the future this technology can be deployed also for the removal of debris. So of course we need to follow the ESA projects. So in general we are seeing the space as an infrastructure. So basically, more or less, as Starlink created a constellation as infrastructure. If Europe will be able to create its own constellation and infrastructure, on top of it, we will build up several services. For example, we are keen to invest also in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence companies using the space infrastructure. So it depends when we are able to build up this constellation, I+II, but even the several national constellations, like for example in Italy now we have IRIDE, which might help to build up additional services.
When will Europe be able to build this constellation? I don't even know where to start. Maybe with you, Mr. Granero.
I don't think I have or can share a lot of information, but there is a consortium which has been formed. The concession contract is signed, and now the consortium is in talks with the industry to progress further. So that's a bit the state of play. I don't know if the colleagues know more.
Mr. Del Monte, do you know more?
About IRIDE?
Yeah.
Sorry. IRIDE, of course, is an Italian national project that is funded entirely with the PNRR money, so the recovery funds of the COVID, 1.1 billion euros, which has been, let's say, given to ESA for management. So, but ESA manages it on behalf of the Italian government. So it's an Italian project, and ESA provides just technical assistance. The first batch of satellites has been launched to orbit. We are talking about 4 different constellations, actually. The first one is completely dual use, is developed by the company Argotec in Turin, next to Turin, and is based on a new bus, basically, that they have, and it's optical type of assets. The second type of constellation is relatively dual use or more intelligence-oriented, and it's Thales Alenia Space. And then we have some other spacecraft, let's say, that constitutes 2 additional constellations, but they are more experimental type, one with the CTAL, one more with a radar payload by the orbit, and I think it's OHB is the third one. Yeah.
Since our time is almost up, I think we have to proceed into the questions from the audience. So in case you have any questions or maybe just thoughts, of course you are welcome to give them. I think there will be someone with a mic soon.
Hello, my name is Hao Nan from China. So given the intensification and also acceleration of the new space race between China and Russia on one side and the US and its partners on the other side, so where European Union continue asserting its strategic autonomy, but if it doesn't run out in this new space race where European Union go back to strategy dependent on the US again, and another thing similarly that where European Union bring in its traditional normative power and regulatory power into this new space race as it demonstrated, say, on AI and digital technology. Thank you.
Could you maybe just tell us who are you referring your question to, or do you
anyone who is interested? Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I think Mr. Del Monte and Mr. Granero should probably answer this.
I can start. Let's say, obviously, the geopolitical situation in this moment is very confused, I must say. So you know that our main international partner historically has always been the US and NASA in particular. In this very moment, the situation at NASA itself, I don't say in the US, but at NASA itself is extremely complicated with a big reduction of the budget, layoff of people, and this is affecting also the program that are in cooperation with NASA. So it's clear that Europe now has the big opportunity also, I would say, for me, to play the card of autonomy. And actually, this is something that my Director General is actively proposing in terms, and I'm thinking just now, replying to the question of the US. So the main project in cooperation with the US that we have is exploration. So, say, moon, and in this case, well, maybe Europe this time has an opportunity for our member states to develop more and more autonomous capability. And that's one opportunity I see. When it comes to other international cooperation opportunities, China, I think we still have a cooperation ongoing with China, which our member states are very keen on maintaining, so I don't see changes there. What I see is the development of new partnership that before were maybe less obvious. Today we have I have signed myself in the commercialization side, so to help our European startup to develop on foreign markets, five cooperation, 4 already, and the 5th will be signed next month, cooperation agreement with, namely with Japan, India, Singapore, UAE, and next month with Australia on the occasion of the IAC. So this means that certainly for one partner that maybe starts to be more critical, well, maybe there are 5 more that pops up, and there is a lot of appetite on Europe for that.
Any other thoughts on that, or should we proceed with?
No, just along the same lines. I mean, we are an open economy, and that is valid also for space. We cooperate with a number of non-EU countries, some on the continent, I think Norway or Switzerland, and some in other regions of the world. As Luca mentioned, we have space dialogues also with many, many countries, including the US. And that, for me, is absolutely not contradictory with the fact that on some critical technologies we do not want to have excessive dependencies, which doesn't mean full autonomy, but excessive dependencies to avoid.
Just what concerns, let's say, from private point of view, private company, we are always capable. I mean, we are always for the cooperation with the different entities. It doesn't matter, but of course we want to know upfront what is on the table.
Okay, maybe if we have any other questions or maybe comments. I was expecting something from the ministry, so. There is a question in the back, I'm sorry, yes. And then we'll go there first, come back to you, and then Mr. Frangesh.
Hello, I'm Nikola from Serbia. A question about talent management. So in the situation that it's more difficult now to start a university in the United States, and when the research mobility is harder now with United States, could we use ESA as talent aggregator and to help us have much more young researchers and young entrepreneurs staying in Europe and coming to Europe for business reasons or for research reasons, using space industry and space research as opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this question, and I'm quite straightforward. There is a spin-off of ESA, which is called EXECO, the European Centre for Space Economy and Commercialization and Commerce, which is hosted in SP in Vienna. And with that organization, we have published recently, it's still open as we speak, a request for information to the European community, in particular the university academic community, to express the willingness to partner with ESA and EXECO to set up a dedicated master classes for focus on commercialization and entrepreneurship of space. We have started cooperating with the most important universities in Europe in order to provide lecturing and courses, short courses in this domain. And so we are super active in this, and we plan to even scale up our activity because as I mentioned before, I mean, one of the three ingredients for the success is talent, then let's say capital and passion or speed, but talent is number one. In Europe we have super talented people, so now it's the moment to attract them. There is a war. STEM is already difficult to get, but when you look at STEM, it's even more difficult to get from STEM to space. So we are really at war for that, and this is why we are multiplying our efforts. And when it comes to the colleagues from the US that wants to come to Europe, of course we are open to consider, but I would say before opening that, let's look at what we have in Europe, and we have a lot of talents, very good students, very good engineers and scientists.
Mr. Ranger?
Yeah, I mean, my answer would be straightforward in the sense that we have to tap into that potential that is now prevented from maybe developing their talent in the US. We ourselves ran a recruitment campaign, Choose Europe, and we are hiring a former senior NASA employee in the coming month and another new colleague coming from Japan. So I think we are, let's say, at the forefront of what you were suggesting. But I think beyond that, and if I may use the opportunity and the privilege of being Slovenian and being in Slovenia, I think for Slovenia also with its foreign policy looking towards Western Balkans and now the industry being fairly developed here, already being a full member state of ESA, I think it's also an opportunity for Slovenia to, let's say, position itself as a maybe leader, as a gateway towards that region, which is also full of talent, and develop also our industry with the help of that talent, which I'm sure Mr. Dotonik also knows. It's not easy to get the right talent into the companies in Slovenia, and I think we have an immense opportunity for that expansion, because ultimately, both from a European perspective and from an ESA perspective in particular, when you're not expanding, it means you're standing still, and others are taking your piece of the pie. So I think we have to look towards talent that is now available because of the developments in the US.
Mr. Rotovnik, do you have anything to add on talent? I do know that you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, the best way would be that you can, let's say, grow the talent in your company or released with cooperation with the different institutions. This is something that we've done in the past. But of course, since the company is now growing, we already have 50 employees, experts in the space segment, and the future plans are even more. Definitely, we could not produce in such a short time those talents in Slovenia, and it would be also important for us to gather those talents. But of course, it's a big issue how to attract them, how to establish the passion inside of them to join us, to join some company in Slovenia, for example.
And if we go to the last question and then to our last comments.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Maurice. I serve as the ambassador of Kenya to Slovenia. And I wonder, I'm just curious about whether Africa is registering at all in Europe's quest for competitiveness. Because statistically, in 25 years from now, 2.5 billion people will be living in Africa. That will be a quarter of the world's population. At a median age currently of 20, that is young, that's a market, that's talent, that's all these things that we are talking about. As some of the fastest growing economies in the world and with rapid urbanization, some of the things we are talking about for agriculture, whatever, these are to be consumed in Africa. I'm just curious whether it's registering a lot at all in Europe's quest for competitiveness. Thank you.
Mr. Rangel, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe just from my point of view, the answer is yes. I think Africa is very important in Europe's future competitiveness, both as a market but also as a driver of for talent. And I think, I mean, this is more of an institutional question, but I also know that on the side of the European Space Agency, there is fertile cooperation with the African Union on the question of using space, but not only using space in Africa, but also developing the industrial base in Africa that can then mutually benefit both European and African future competitiveness. So I think we will see more of that going forward, and I know that some colleagues from the African Union are increasingly invested into this cooperation, and colleagues of Giancarlo, also the side of the European Commission, I know are working on developing that partnership further.
And Mr. Del Monte, would you like to add anything from the side of the European space industry?
Yeah, indeed, as Mattia is correctly saying, we are quite active already in cooperating with Europe, with Africa, and I really would like to underline with an approach which is capability development oriented. So we are not pushing our companies to sell more. That's not our business. We are not business developer, but we have institutional type of partnership. So we want to help developing capabilities in that countries that eventually are based on solutions that are provided by Europe. That goes without saying, but let's say we are really focusing on that. And last maybe comment on this is that we are not alone in this, and this is one of the topic of cooperation with another country, which is Japan. So Japan and Europe, we are cooperating in this very moment in supporting our startup in developing capabilities in Africa. So and this is something relatively new. Has been signed an agreement at the last African Union event. I think it was Easter time, more or less, this year.
If there is no one else to add anything to this question, then maybe, is there anything more to add? Then I would like to, we didn't begin with you, Mr. Frangers, I'm sorry, but I think we should definitely conclude this round with you.
Well, I fully agree with all the mentions of the November ESA Ministerial, and I fully agree that it's strategically important. By the way, Slovenia decided on the last Ministerial in 22 to double its investment and subscriptions in ESA. This November, we are once again doubling our investments. So this is the real commitment. And of course, it's also our obligation due to the fact that we became the full member, right? So, and this is without possible additional investments coming from the dual use and a wide open budget of our defense, where new ideas also emerge. And why it is important for the competitiveness? You know, Mario Draghi was critical to the geo-return principle of ESA and advocated that it needs to be changed. Well, I really don't agree with that small detail of the Draghi report, because I see in geo-return a very good mechanism that so motivates member states to invest more, because geo-return provides the possibility for our space industry to absorb this investment by building joint European capacities. You know, the focus of ESA And their view on Slovenia changed radically on January 1st, 2025, when we became a full member. Until then, ESA considered Slovenia, yes, we are investing and helping for Slovenia to develop its space industry. From January 1st onward, it is the opposite question. How can we, as Slovene and our emerging space sector, contribute to the joint European challenges we have in space? So, in terms of competitiveness, it's a very good link between money, ideas, innovation of our space sector, and the joint European strategic needs. That's the comment I want to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you gave me maybe a perfect follow-up for Mr. Del Monte. What is ESA's stance on geo-return?
What can I add? I mean, this is music for our ears. No, but we totally agree. And by the way, the geo-return is one of the pillars, we totally agree, of our convention. But we also must be clear. I mean, this is one of the four ways for ESA to implement our industrial policy. It's not the only way. Everybody is looking just at that one. But, for instance, the number one is open competition. Then it's mitigated through the geo-return. But the first number one is open competition, because, as said at the very beginning, just to close the circle, competitiveness is the focus that we have to have. So our obsession is competitiveness. Geo-return is just a way to ensure that cooperation is reached and also to motivate our member states, because let's not forget, we are handling taxpayers' money. So everywhere you handle taxpayers' money, you have to guarantee that there is a return for that. And the only way for doing that is exactly through geo-return. So I can only agree, and I wish all the best. We are totally sure that the Slovenian industry will be very successful. We have seen this growing, and we can help now also with the new tools. I don't want to steal up too much time, but let's say Giancarlo and Fabrizio mentioned a number of times new ways of procuring. We have now challenges, prices, which is a way to go faster. We have the marketplace that Fabrizio mentioned a number of times, which is a way to support your industry, not up to TRL9, but beyond the TRL9. When the product is ready, the service is ready, there is no further development, has to be commercialized, how to help it. So now we have developed even new tools for that. So we are sure that you will profit, you all will profit of that.
Thank you very much. And then if we go to our short closing remarks, I would like to conclude with the citation from the ESA report about investments. Of course, North America has been capturing nearly 50% of global investments in the infrastructure segment in the past 3 years, with Blue Origin, Maxar, and SpaceX together making 55% of the US value. Asia ranks second, capturing 13%, of which China contributes more than 83%. Europe ranks third. Can we afford to stay third? Or if I am more direct, what exactly is Europe losing if it stays third, especially when talking about access to resources, to business deals, to research? I suggest we start with you, Mr. Del Monte, and then continue on.
I will, but you know, it's a risk. With the 3 Italians on, we talk a lot. So no, okay, certainly, no, of course, Europe cannot afford to stay third. There is no third place. So we are competing to be leader, as much as I is saying. When it comes to natural resources in space that you are hinting at, it's a very long-term objective. So, but don't be fooled, because even though the road to go is very, very long, there are a lot of intermediate fruits that can be reaped from that. And countries like Luxembourg has understood this very well. And so they have introduced this in their legislation, in their constitutions. And now this is a hub for harvesting natural resources in space. Have we seen any mission on that respect? No, but there is a lot of technology that has been generating, and this is producing already technology transfer and spin-off as we speak today.
Mr. Bertoldi.
I think that there will be, of course, always a lot of twists and turns on this path, but nevertheless, I think, from my opinion, important would be that we stay focused on the harvesting the know-how. Just harvesting that, and the results will come.
Mr. Granero.
Of course, we can't afford to be whatever place. The space economy is projected to grow at an incredible speed, so we would lose out of a huge economic opportunity, and we can't do that.
Mr. Margera.
Okay, I want to finish with a provocation, because when we say...
That is always welcome.
Okay. No, the point is, since I'm mostly involved in financing startups, and we see that they are developing great technologies, but the challenge is to become profitable, no? Because we talk about SpaceX today, but when you talk with Elon Musk, he doesn't say, I'm developing the best rocket, because Luca knows very well that maybe ESA has a better technology than SpaceX. But he says, I'm sending out to the orbit the most cost-efficient rocket. And this is the goal of SpaceX, the reusability, because the goal, let's say the big challenge is to send 100 launch cost at 100 per kilo. That's the cost, or maybe less. So my point is we should invest, and this is also linked to the competitiveness of Mario Draghi, we should invest in something that is privately driven. So most of our incumbents in Europe are state-owned companies, so Leonardo, Ariane, Space, etc. So in my view, most of the money in the future that will deployed in addition from ESA or European Commission should be deployed to the new incumbent, maybe the new startups becoming like SpaceX, big conglomerates, because if you have a privately mindset, you will be driven by more competitiveness and more profit, less cost, so more cost efficient. That will bring a sort of virtuous loop in the future, which maybe Leonardo and Arianespace will have anyway, but they don't have the three ownership, accountability, alignment of interest that any private player could have. So my point is, if we want to win the race, we need to invest in private companies or privately driven companies. So this is my...
Mr. Renchel.
Yeah, thank you.
European, of course.
Thank you. I mean, maybe I really like the fact that you end with, what might we lose? Because I think we don't ask that question enough. What we also don't ask enough is, I think, the question of, we tend to say, that won't work. But the problem is, what if it does work and somebody else is doing it? And I think that's the big question we have to ask ourselves. And when you talk about what we are losing, I would say in the short term, probably global relevance, which probably should ring some alarm bells. But I think in the long term, even more importantly, potentially peace in Europe and potentially the prosperity of future generations. And I think that's a big responsibility for all of us to ensure that we make sure our industry and our industries beyond just the space sector remain future-proof and can deliver the right added value for Europe to continue to grow and be globally relevant.
This is a perfect ending to our debate discussion. Thank you very much to all of the speakers, and of course, thank you for joining this debate.